All right. So, I wanted to welcome everyone to day two of the um, NFL draft coverage here with the fantasy commissioner. Right now, you're just going to get me. Unfortunately, we were going to have Guy and we were going to have Mark Thompson with us, and unfortunately, they are unable to. And we will have Tony Mize, Mr. Monitor, at some point here, as soon as I received confirmation he's able to join us, which he is going to. It's a matter of when. Then I'll be kicking into the Skype feed from there. Um, if there's anyone that is watching this that wants to join the Skype, feel free to shoot me a message, and we'll try to get you in here. Um, just wanted to recap, I guess, essentially right now until I get some people or the draft starts. Big day. I think this is going to be the bigger day. Even though obviously it's round two, round one are the big names. There are a huge list of big names, and we're going to go over that here. But I just want to give a recap, and I've got some clear thinking after yesterday. So let's start with number one, Joe Burrow, quarterback, Cincinnati. That wasn't that was expected, obviously, um, and that's an A grade. I mean, it's a win right there for um, Cincinnati. Sorry, I'm just gonna turn the channel here. And then we got Washington at number two, picking Chase Young from Ohio State. Again, going to give that an A grade, um, as expected. Number three, Detroit. This is where we thought there would be possibly a trade with either Detroit and Miami or Detroit and the Chargers. That did not happen. They took cornerback Jeff Okada out of Ohio State. That's going to be a win-win for Detroit. I'm giving that also an A grade. Now we go to the Giants. Now, Giants was in a spot where they had also talked about going back. They drafted tackle from Georgia and Andrew Thomas. Um, I agree with the pick of taking a offensive lineman for them. However, I would have rather seen them take a defensive player, either Simmons or Derek Brown, at the four spot. If they didn't want to take those at the four spot, I think they would have been smarter to move back and see who else would have possibly been willing to move up. And then, so with that, I'm actually going to give them, I'm not going to give them, I mean, Andrew Thomas is going to be a good tackle for him. I'll give him a B, um, because I don't think it's a bad player. What I'm saying is, I think it's a bad placement to pick that player. Um, at five, we have quarterback Tua from Alabama. I apologize to everyone. I am the worst when it comes to pronouncing out names. Um, as a Dolphins fan, it's not who I wanted them to take. But I'm going to say this, and I'm wearing my Tannehill jersey, even though, of course, he's not a Dolphin anymore, but I'm wearing this for a reason. When Miami drafted Ryan Tannehill, I hated it. But after a little bit of time thinking about it, I learned to like him, and I actually wish he would have stayed. Obviously, he turned out this year having some good play. So I'm going to turn a corner with Tua. I'm hoping for the best. I'm hoping he becomes a Pro Bowl player. Down the road, a Hall of Fame player. I want nothing but the best for Tua now. Um, don't even be surprised. Don't be surprised if I even get the jersey. Um, I'm going to support Tua 100%. Um, so I'm going to give them an A for that pick. And here's why. Like I said, I didn't want it initially, but here's why I'm picking this at five. They didn't have to trade up to get the guy they actually wanted. So I don't know if you call it genius or just sheer dumb luck, but they got who they wanted and they didn't have to move and pay anything additional. So I'm giving them an A. Same with the Chargers at Herbert. Do I think, I think he has potential to be a good quarterback. I think he's not going to be, I think he's going to need some work. He's got obviously everything possible around him to make good plays. So it's kind of up to him just to how fast he can adjust to the NFL life. So I'm going to give that one also. I'm going to give that one an A for the simple fact is they got a quarterback that they wanted, and they also did not have to move up. Next pick with Carolina, they got defensive tackle Derek Brown, who originally I had said I would have liked to seen gone at 4 to the Giants. So for they're getting an A. That's I think a huge win for them. I think it's going to. They still need to add a linebacker though, but they can do that today, day 2. There's still some good ones out there. But now they got the guy in the front who can eat up some blocks so those linebackers can get through to make plays in the backfield. At 8, we got Arizona taking linebacker Isaiah Simmons, another one I would have liked to seen gone at possibly 4. If he didn't go 4, I actually originally had him slated at 7 to Carolina. Um, so I'm going to give the Arizona A for that one as well. C.J. Henderson, the corner, going 9 to Jacksonville. I'm giving that one an A. I think they got an absolute need. They got a hometown guy. Um, Cleveland at 10 took tackle Jarek Willis from Alabama. Um, I had him actually, I believe, as my top-rated tackle. Second tackle. Um, I think it's a great pick. Offensive line is something that they were um, decent at. They made some improvements. I mean, they had improvement by adding Jake Conklin, and now adding him. They're solid at bookends. It's Cleveland. It's up to Booker now, or Booker. It's up to Baker Mayfield now to make this whole thing work. Then we go next to the Jets, who a lot of people had thought were going to take a wide receiver. They also picked something else they needed very badly. My top-rated tackle out of Louisville, Becton, the tackle out of Louisville. I like it. I'll give that an A. Um, the only concern I would say is again, going from Louisville, Kentucky to New York is a big jump. So if he can adjust to life in the big city without any issues, then kid should be solid. Um, Now we start getting into the interesting parts of this draft. At 12, the Raiders took a receiver, which everyone expected, from Alabama, which some people didn't expect because a lot of people had Lamb going here, but they took Henry Ruggs, and no one saw that. So I'm going to give that one a B. I personally would have, I'm not sold on Ruggs, but I'm not going to say you know, he's below a B grade at this spot. They got a player they needed, and obviously they got the receiver that they specifically wanted. My point is, Judy or Lamb would have made more sense. Next, we go to Tampa, who traded up with San Francisco. They acquired tackle Tristan Wirfs from Iowa. Absolute A grade here. Got an absolute need in an offense where they don't need weapons right now. They need protection. Next, we're going to go to San Francisco, who got defensive tackle Javon Kinlaw, South Carolina. I will give that a B grade. And the reason I give it a B grade is not because of the player and not because of where he got picked. I'm giving it a B grade because you traded away a phenomenal player um, for basically the same thing, only he's actually, I believe, smaller than Buckner. Um, this could have been, I'm just guessing, a money thought. Why they didn't pick a wide receiver is beyond me. If they wouldn't have gotten Kinlaw, I would have actually possibly given this a lower grade. I mean, again, the reason the grade isn't the player, it's what they gave up to get the player in a position that they could have just. It makes no sense. They could have stayed where they were in the draft, not move up. It just made no sense to me to take this. This should have been a receiver. This should have been Jerry Jeudy. Absolutely. So speaking of, he went at 15 to Denver. Absolute A plus grade here. Jerry Jeudy with teamed with Cortland Sutton. Um, it's going to give Drew Lock, a great receiving core. They got the young tight end Noah Fant. It's an offense that once Lock gets under there and gets going, gets gets his feet underneath him, it's going to be a solid offense. They still need to add protection, and they definitely need to work on their defense in Denver. Next, we go to Atlanta. We got cornerback A.J. Terrell, absolute A grade here. Got what they needed. Another hometown kid. He's actually from Atlanta. He went to Clemson, but I believe I had him my second or third. I think I had second corner. Um, sorry, I'm checking my sheet. No, actually, I had him as my fourth corner. But when I printed this, it was I liked this pick. I do, I really do. And now that I think about it, I had him too low in my own personal sheet. So next we go to 17, Dallas receiver CeeDee Lamb, an absolute A plus grade. This is a steal. This is one of two steals you're going to hear me talk about. The reason this is a steal is because this kid should have probably went at the latest 14. I mean, 11, 12, and literally 11, 12, 13 before the trade should have been all receivers. So, I mean, Dallas is going to have an absolute offense. They just now need to obviously replace Frederick at center, and defense obviously has to be a huge focus today. At 18, Miami took tackle Austin Jackson from USC. I do love this pick. I'm going to give it an A. They needed a tackle. This kid is an absolute amazing human being. If you haven't seen a story with him and his younger sister, it's an absolute worth seeing and watching the story. Cool story. Um, Next, we go to 19. We got cornerback Damon Arnett out of Ohio State. Love the player. Um, Too soon, take him there. I'm actually, even though he's a Buckeye, I'm gonna give it a D grade. I don't know, Mike Mayock and Gruden have some plan going here. I don't agree with some of the decisions they're making. Again, like I said, the rug should have been either Jeudy or Lamb. If you were going to go corner, right here with who was left, I mean, I'm not knocking for taking a corner. You could have taken Gladney. There's another player I'm going to come back to, which I owe an apology to. You could have went Jalen Johnson. You could have went Kristen Fulton out of LSU. So there's a lot of other players that could have gone this position in the draft. Personally, they shouldn't have taken a corner here. They should have taken something else. They should have gone either offensive line or linebacker, safety, whatever. If you wanted a corner, you could have got this kid in the second, if not third round. Better probably in the second round. But next we go defense. We had Jacksonville trade back into the first, and they took. No, they didn't. Kason, the linebacker, the defensive end / linebacker from LSU. Absolutely love this pick. This was a need for him after losing Campbell to free agency or trading him away. Sorry, they traded him away to Baltimore. So I mean, their defense, with their picks, they are nailing this draft. I mean, obviously it depends what they're going to do today, but right now for defense, which is what Jacksonville needs to absolutely work on, they're turning the boat here. The problem is, they shouldn't have had to get in this situation because they had a premium defense to begin with. Let's see. Next, we got probably one of the worst picks of this whole draft, at least this round, definitely. Wide receiver to Philadelphia, Jalen Reagor from TCU. On my personal board, I had him 11th. Um, I mean, horrible pick, and here's the reason why. Because you got the second steal of the draft is the pick after them. The guy they should have taken, the receiver at LSU, Justin Jefferson. He goes to Minnesota. Um, if you watched alone just the national championship game, there's no reason you couldn't love this kid. And then obviously there's the receiver Chase coming out next year from LSU. This offense was loaded with quarterback, receivers, tight end, running back. Um, this is who Philadelphia should have taken. They're going to regret this. I will go on record with saying that. I could be absolutely dead wrong, and if I am, Rhaegar, I apologize. But Justin Jefferson in Minnesota, absolute A grade right there. Philadelphia, Rhaegar, I'm going to give that a D. Um, Next, we got the Chargers traded back into the first to select linebacker Kenneth Murray out of Oklahoma. Um, I would have rather seen him take Quinn out of LSU. That being said, this kid is solid, and I don't hate this pick. I just preferred Queen, but this would have been my next choice. So I'm going to give them. I'm gonna give them an A for that. So um, I think they're doing what they need to do to make their team better out in LA, the Chargers. Next pick, we got 24. We got Cesar Ruiz from Michigan, the center, to New Orleans. Um, can't go wrong with getting interior offensive lineman. They did have a loss, I believe, at that position um, in the offseason. So I will give this, um, I'll give it a solid B plus. It's not horrible. I don't know if it's an A grade, but it's a solid, it's a pick that hopefully pans out for New Orleans. Um, at 25, you got receiver um, Brandon Ayuk or Ayuk from Arizona State. I apologize if I said that incorrectly. Um, I don't love this pick. I guess I don't really hate it. From a receiver standpoint, I had him looks like eighth. Um, Personally, I would have taken Higgins here, um, but some teams they fall in love with a certain player, and when they do that, then they definitely want to add that player. Next, we have this was a huge shock to everyone. We had Green Bay trading back up, taking quarterback Jordan Love. Um, I actually like the pick. I know a lot of people are knocking it, but you're not knocking the player. You're not knocking the fact they moved up to get it. What people are knocking is the other guy sitting in Green Bay and the possibility of him working or not working with this young man. Again, I said it last night in our stream. I hope Aaron Rodgers does. Um, Work with Jordan Love and teaches him everything he knows. That is, of course, left to be said and seen. Um, but as far as 2020, I think it's just, unless something unfortunate happens to Aaron Rodgers, I see this as just a redshirt season for Jordan Love, which in a lot of cases is probably the best thing for him. Again, him going to, if he gets the mentorship, again, that is left to be said. That being said, because of who's already there. There's no pressure on this kid. He doesn't have to go there, and he can just go there and learn. And if he doesn't learn from him, I'm sure the coaching staff will work with him, or they'll bring someone in, or whatever. But I like the pick for the future of Green Bay Packers. At 27, we got linebacker Jordan Brooks from Texas Tech, Seattle. Definitely they needed to add a linebacker, so I agree with this. I would have taken Queen instead of Brooks, but Brooks I think I had a grade just right behind Quinn anyway. So, and guess who went right pick after that to Baltimore was Patrick Queen, linebacker, LSU. Um, Absolute A grade there. They're getting a solid linebacker in a position where their team is known for how many great linebackers they've had. Terrell Suggs, Ray Lewis, um, Bart Scott, Adalys Thomas, Peter Bolware, and many, many more, and C.J. Mosley. And I think Patrick Queen, I think is going to be on the list of great linebackers from Baltimore. At 29, we had an absolute need pick here. I'm not sure if I would have taken this player necessarily here, but I'm not going to knock it. They took tackle Isaiah Wilson from Georgia. I think they could have got this kid in the second round, but if they fell in love with him as opposed to maybe Ezra Cleveland or Josh Jones, then this was definitely a smart pick. So give a solid B plus. I'm going to come back to 30. 31, we got cornerback Jeff Gladney from TCU. It was the best cornerback available at the time in a position that they needed to replace. Of course, Xavier Rhodes went to Indianapolis, and it was an absolute need to take a defensive back here. I still think they need to address. They obviously earlier they were able to get the receiver Jefferson, so now I'd say probably their biggest needs they need to focus on either adding to the offensive line, but I think defense is where they really need to stick with. Um, wouldn't mind seeing Minnesota also look at another wide receiver. That's a position they need to fill. At 32, we had, I think this was a shock for a lot of people. It turned out it was someone that Patrick Mahomes wanted very, very badly. Kansas City took running back Clyde Edwards-Helaire from LSU. I'll give this an A because first, when it's rare that Andy Reid doesn't do his homework, gets the player he wants. Usually those players produce. I see this kid spending time with Damian Williams. I think they're going to do a split share. I see him mainly coming in on third downs for sure, with possibilities of other. I said I wanted to come back to 30. I'm going to. So, now one thing during our stream yesterday, I asked him, like, oh, I wish I had my paper. And first of all, corner is something they needed to. It is something they needed to add to the other side of Byron Jones. Yes. And yes, I wanted them to take J.K. Dobbins right here, or Jonathan Taylor, or DeAndre Swift. I wanted a running back here. So I was a little harsh at this pick. So to the Miami Dolphins, to Chris Greer, Brian Flores, to Noah Igbenain, boy, I said that wrong, and to his entire family, to the coaching staff at Auburn, uh, to any defensive back from Auburn. I apologize. I actually had this kid rated as my uh, third best corner. So yeah, so I apologize. Again, I really wanted the running back. I think I even made a comment. I'd rather have Ryan Leaf be the quarterback than Dan Marino. Anything I said last night, I absolutely apologize, and I was dead wrong on. This kid is going to be a solid player for the Miami Dolphins, and just like I wasn't happy getting Tua, I'm happy having Noah, and I'm looking for success out of these kids going forward. So we got about 3 minutes here before we get to the second round. Cincinnati will be on the clock. Um, I like the possibilities of them adding a receiver here. I could see T. Higgins going here. Also, I could see them adding. So you got Ezra Cleveland or Josh Jones are the two top tackles. I could see them adding a tackle. I could see them going with one of the tight ends. Obviously, Cole Kmet from Notre Dame is the top one. You got Harrison Bryant. He's a little farther down the list, but I like Thaddeus Moss a lot. So there's another possibility, I think, for Cincinnati. But Moss, you maybe could wait on. They could go defense. They could maybe this added Von Bell. I could see them maybe going with an edge rusher. They do have some Geno Atkins, and so they got he's interior, but he's aging obviously. Um, so I think they could go defense. They could go offensive line, tight end, or receiver. Obviously, they're not going to touch. Um, I don't think they're going to touch safety. I don't think they'll obviously not going to touch quarterback. I don't see running back. You got Mixon. Um, I mean, if they're going to running back, they're going to wait. So got about 2 minutes here. Trying to haven't gotten from Tony. Tell you what I'm going to do is I'm going to give him another try real quick while we're waiting. See if we can't get something here. But everyone that watched the stream yesterday, I appreciate it. On this one, I might be getting some food coming here as well during the draft. So I'm hoping I get Tony in here so he can talk while I quick eat. My wife is going to go pick up my daughter from work, and she was going to bring me a quick bite to eat here. So either Tony is busy right now, or he is perhaps even sleeping. Um, as a fellow third shifter and someone that works with Tony very, very closely at work, it's obviously the life of third shifter is a complicated one, and he did actually drop off some pulled pork to me earlier today, so I can't complain. He smokes his own pulled pork, ribs, beef brisket. Does a phenomenal job with that, and it's actually what we had last year for the draft. At our draft, we always have a big, and those of you who are just watching this and aren't part of our league, um, every year we put on our draft in August, and we have a big food. We've done meat trays for sandwiches. We've done one year we did all pizzas. Last year we did we did for the basketball league too. We did the pulled pork, and it was a huge hit. We're doing it again this year. And then we'll have obviously a bunch of sides. But a lot of you are going to get to partake on the stream, actually see how our drafts go, and hopefully you enjoy what you see. Our drafts, usually we have most capacity in here. We've never had all 16 teams here. We've had 15 at least, and then usually someone either calls it in. We've had them on FaceTime. We've had them, this year if they're not all in house, which I'm hoping we're gonna have everyone in house. I know we got Jordan coming up from Kentucky. The big question is going to be Rich coming down from Newberry, Michigan, up in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. So if he comes, I think we have a good shot at every single owner. But right now, the feed for the draft just went on. Right now, they're doing a little bit of recap in here from last night. Looks like they're showing some other players that are available today. Actually, that is what they are doing right now, showing players that are currently available. And as long as it's just me, then I'm just going to sit here, pick down each pick by pick, tell you what I think, give you my fantasy value, where they could possibly go in our draft. And just so you guys know, just when I say fantasy value, where they're going to go in the draft, I'm talking specifically in our AFL Fantasy Football League. Um, round two, I see potentially 3, 4. I see first rounders in our league absolutely going in this round. We had some going yesterday, obviously, and you're going to have a few more going today. So Cincinnati is on the clock. We're just waiting here for them to really get rolling. They're just starting to talk a little bit. And what I will do, like I did yesterday, it didn't sound like it came through too clearly, but I will turn the volume on while I'm watching this when they make the actual pick announcements. So hopefully you can hear that if possible. So let's try, see if we can't get Tony again. Pardon me, you're just going to be looking at me here while I'm trying to call him. Oh. Hmm. Well, fortunately, I still don't have them, so you still just get me. Um, this is more fun, by the way, when I have someone to talk to or someone to, chime in other notes and information. It does get lonely just being the only guy talking here. Um, so I'll go down some on my list of who I got for quarterbacks left. I think guys you're going to see going today off the quarterback list. I see Eason going today from Washington. I see Jake Fromm going. I see Jalen Hurts going. Beyond that, I think the rest are going to go tomorrow. There's Steven Montez from Colorado, James Morgan from Florida International. I see them both going tomorrow. If one was going to go today, I would maybe go with James Morgan. But for running backs, Swift will go in the second round. Jonathan Taylor will go in the second round. J.K. Dobbins will go in the second round. And then you start getting to Zach Moss, Cam Akers. I don't know if they go in the second round. I could see them late second into the third. We got A.J. Dillon, um, LaMichael Perrine from Florida, um, Anthony McFarland from Maryland. Some of those guys, though, could be, if they're not third, then they're going to be day three guys. Wide receivers, T. Higgins will go in this round, absolutely. I think Denzel Mims, the receiver from Baylor, will go in this round. Michael Pittman, the receiver from USC, will go in this round. And then you start getting to Brian Edwards from South Carolina, Chase Claypool. They'll go today, both of them. Um, and then also there's the receiver out of Colorado, Chenault. I think he potentially could go in the second. I see more third round though. And then obviously there's also Donovan Peoples-Jones, KJ Hill from Ohio State. Um, they could be possibly round three. If they're not, they're going to be round four guys. Tight ends obviously hasn't been touched yet. You're going to see at least one or two of these guys going today. Cole Kmet from Notre Dame. I see him going in this round. Harrison Bryant from Florida Atlantic. You got Bryson Hopkins from Purdue, Jared Pinkney from Vanderbilt, Hunter Bryant from Washington, Thaddeus Moss, LSU. Um, I think all those guys could go today, um, or at least a few of them could. With Moss, I think some people could look at him as a project. I look at him as a pedigree. You look at the dad, you get the kid. He's got size. He's got the size. I mean, he's big. He's got speed. I think you could work him into any offense, especially one that's going to pass. So I said I'm high on that kid. Tackle wise, I see Josh Jones and Ezra Cleveland both going in this round. Um, this is also could be where you start getting some of the interior linemen going. Um, Defensive ends slash edge rushers, whatever you want to call them. You got Yutter Gross Matos from Penn State. I know I slaughtered that name. He'll definitely go in this round, highly in this round. AJ Epenza from Iowa will go high in this round. Defensive tackles, I could see Russ Blacklock from TCU going in this round. Neville Gallimore from Oklahoma could go in this round. At linebackers, you got Jacob Phillips, Malik Harrison from Ohio State, um, Zach Bond from Wisconsin. Now we're talking outside linebacker. Terrell Lewis from Alabama. He could definitely go in the second round. Defensive backs. I see Kristen Fulton going today. Trevon Diggs from Alabama. Jalen Johnson. I see all of them going. Possibly even Troy Pride from Notre Dame. I see him possibly going. Safeties. Antoine Winfield Jr. is going in this round, and he's going early. Xavier McKinley is going early in this round. Grant Delpit is going early in this round. Kyle Duggar will go today. Um, Looks like we got the commissioner talking here. So I'm going to turn this up. I hope you guys can hear this. He's talking about the Draftathon, which is um, a project to help get money for COVID-19. Um, every dollar you give as a fan to COVID-19 through Draftathon, they will match. So here we go. Cincinnati is on the clock. So today, obviously, draft. They have less time than yesterday. They had 10 minutes per round. Today is 5 minutes. So this will go hot and heavy at some point. Um, I'm sorry, they have. No, I guess it's not. Must be. I thought it was 5 minutes. I must have looked at it wrong. And right now they got 6.5 minutes to go. Um, again, I see possibly receiver. I could see tight end here. Obviously, right now they lost Tyler Eifert, who was their guy. But thing is with Tyler Eifert, pardon me, he always did get hurt, so he wasn't necessarily dependable. Um, when you bring in this kid, you have AJ Green, you have Tyler Boyd, obviously, but and then there was John Ross. They need to get a receiver, and with AJ Green's age and health, that's the biggest question or biggest reason why they need to go receiver with this pick. But again, if they don't go receiver, then I see the next option as a tight end. Right now they're showing some of the quarterbacks that could possibly go today because they were just talking about Joe Burrow. So now they're talking about who could be the first quarterback in the second round. A lot of people are looking at possibly Jalen Hurts at that number 37 position, which is New England. I don't see that. If they go quarterback that high, for New England, I like either Fromm or Eason. I just think they fit into what the style of play better for what New England does. Again, if I was New England, I wouldn't draft one of these guys. You drafted your rookie quarterback last year. But they need to bring in, unless he's ready, trade for trade for Andy Dalton. Get him out of Cincinnati. You're getting a guy that's going to be hungry to come to your place and try to be the successor to the best quarterback in your franchise. And I'm going to say that, not in the league's history. Tom Brady is not the greatest quarterback of all time, my personal opinion. So right now we got 4 minutes before this pick has to get announced. I got nothing from Tony, unfortunately. So I don't have 37 monitors in front of me like he did. So basically, I'm just going to give you the information as it's told here on the screen. Interior line is something that Cincinnati could go for as well. You know, keeping the health. And again, here's an idea. What about Cincinnati making a trade with Washington? Give up a third round pick, or what's even your next second round? Give up the 65th pick overall, first pick of the third round. Get Trent Williams from Washington. You need to have the best protection for this kid possible for him to succeed. We got 3 minutes here left in the Bengals pick. So recap, they obviously drafted quarterback Joe Burrow yesterday. Joe Burrow in our league, the AFL fantasy, I see him going as high as 4 and as late as 11. Um, as far as drafting in the first round, he will be a first round player in our league. Um, if they go wide receiver here, I could see that player potentially being a first round pick, depending which receiver they bring in. Um, I could see that being. I think we're going to get the pick here in a second. They had this. It seemed like they had this thing where they would go and they'd show the fans. They'd show the fans, and then they'd show the commissioner. Right now they're showing T. Higgins. Also, we're showing Denzel Mims. Well, the pick is in, which means Indianapolis is going to be on the clock. So as soon as the commissioner comes up, I will switch to volume and we'll hear from the commissioner. Hopefully you guys can hear it. I did turn the volume up on it, so I won't know if you can hear it because obviously I'm not watching this right now. And right now they're showing the office of Zach Taylor, the coach, and personnel, Duke Tobin, because looks like his kids are there. He had to go get, it looks like, some liquid refreshment. He's coming back right now. Just realized I'm on TV and my kids are just chilling. Come on, Raj. Let's get this out here. Let's get this thing rolling. I don't know how you guys felt about the draft yesterday. I thought it took too much time. It was too long. And it wasn't because of the picks. Because once they flashed and said pick is in, it was a long time before they were announced. And to me, it seems like this should almost be quicker. This should be quicker than the old style. Because the old style, you bring the player out. So you march him in, they interview him and all this. There's no reason for this to go as long as it did yesterday. Should have drafted, could have possibly finished a year earlier. It looks like we're going to the commissioner here. Yep, here we go. T. Higgins, wide receiver from Clemson. Um, I think this is the pick I had called. I like this pick for them. I like this pick for Joe Burrow. Um, one thing that can be said about Clemson wide receivers, they've had quite a few of them, and they turn out to be solid products. Of course, you got Sammy Watkins, um, Mike Williams. Uh, who else? What other Clemson guys are there? Um, there was Hunter Renfro. He's obviously he was a solid player. So I like this pick for Cincinnati. The Colts pick is already in. I see this kid definitely going in our first round, but he'll probably go later. I think you start looking at him once other receivers drop. So I'm going to put him anywhere from 11 to 16 in the first round. If he doesn't do that, he'll be a top 5 pick at the latest. He'll be a top 5 pick in the second round. Um, fantasy value, actual value, I see it high, especially with it can help take away production. This kid can out jump people. Um, this is an absolute for the second round, absolute A grade for Cincinnati here. They're doing what they need to do to make this offense relevant once again. And that's not a downplay to Andy Dalton. What that is they need a youth movement, they need a change, and AJ Green, maybe it's time for AJ Green to move on. I don't know. I think you got him and Tyler Boyd could be enough. AJ Green, you trade him somewhere, get something back. You get, potential. Let's say you trade him, get a third, fourth round pick. You can get younger that way. But I also see them they could learn from AJ Green as well. So I love this pick for T Higgins to Cincinnati. Absolute A grade from the fantasy commissioner. Now we're just waiting here on the Colts. Now the Colts, let's see what yesterday. Obviously they didn't have a pick. So what are the Colts going to look at? Well, obviously they don't need a quarterback. At least they don't need a quarterback immediately. Um, they don't need offensive line. So what I'm going to say is this could be a tight end spot. This could actually be Cole Kmet, the kid out of Notre Dame. This also could be potentially Denzel Mims. This could be Michael Pittman. Um, it wouldn't hurt for them to add another wide receiver. Um, or this could also be one of the edge rushers. This could be um, Epenza or Gross Matos from Penn State. Um, so I'm gonna say pick is in. I'm gonna say Cole Kmet, the tight end. I did mention him. I like this pick for them. Um, solid wide receiver from USC. Obviously, his dad played pro ball for Tampa. I think in Arizona as well. Um, from my personal board, I had him. I had him eighth. Um, so Indy. So I gonna rate him in our fantasy draft. And I know I'm saying all these guys are first round. What I'm trying to give you is a range more or less where they're gonna go. I think like T Higgins, I'm gonna see him starting anywhere from 11th spot, possibly actually I'm gonna go 10th spot. I could see him going as early as 10. If not, he'll go top five, second round. Because this kid will start, in Indianapolis. What they've done there is you have T.Y. Hilton is getting older. Obviously, he's always had injury problems. So now you have a kid that hopefully will stay healthy, get you a youth movement in there. Paris Campbell was drafted last year, and there's a lot of things they can do with him from the slot position. Detroit is on the clock, by the way. Um, but I see this kid having production in his first year. Um, I'm not going to say he's a keeper into 2021. But again, I see him as a late first round pick is in for Detroit. I want to quick cover what I could see Detroit going. Um, they don't need tight end. I could see offensive line here. I could see Ezra Cleveland, but really what they need to do is they need to go defense. Um, I'm gonna go either one of the outside linebackers or defensive ends. I want an edge rusher here in Detroit. So either Apenza from Iowa or Bond from Wisconsin. Don't count out Terrell Lewis. Um, Geez, they could go safety too. Gosh, so many good ones. Um, I'm gonna say defense. Defense is here definitely. Um, God, you know what? I like when the safeties. That secondary absolutely needs to be completely rebuilt. So I'm high on Winfield. I'm high on Delpit. Um, you know what? And they could go corner. Now I think about it. What if you do that? What if you go corner first round pick yesterday, corner second round pick this day? You got a tandem that way. And if you're gonna do that, then I go after either Diggs or Fulton. Um, the corners out of LSU and Alabama. So I'm going to say defense. I don't want to lock into a specific, but if I had to pick a player, if I had to pick a player, honestly, I'm picking Winfield, the safety out of Minnesota. That's my 2 cents. While we're waiting here, see if I can get Tony on the line. What Detroit does not need to do right now is add offensive players. It wouldn't even be a bad decision for them to even try to trade back a little bit and get some more collateral. Nothing from Tony again. That's fine. Pick is in. They're going to go with Commissioner here any second. Here we go. Wow. DeAndre Swift, running back, Georgia. I'm at a loss. I'm not knocking that pick. What I'm at a loss for is I would have not thought running back at Detroit, at least not that position. Um, well, let's face it, DeAndre Swift, um, top 3 pick in our draft, in the 2020 draft for sure. Um, he could go as potentially as high as 1, and I say go as high as 1 and as late as 3. Um, I will definitely take a look at this kid myself for the first overall pick. At Georgia, he was an absolute stud, and he had to follow obviously 2 phenomenal running backs in Chubb, and he had to follow Sony Michel. I like the kid. I give this. Detroit is nailing this draft, and I don't think a lot of people say that about Detroit, that they always blow drafts. They're getting the best values available, and that's the smartest way to go. I said for them to go defense here, but if you were going to do what you're going to do, you have Kerryon Johnson, who they picked obviously 2 years ago, who's a great player when healthy. The key to that is when healthy. So Detroit picking DeAndre Swift says, look, we need to have production out of our running backs for Matt Stafford. We need to have healthy running backs. Getting this kid, hopefully he's going to stay healthy. They just went to commercial. Giants pick is in, though, by the way. Um, but again, on these picks, I'm not going to be able to spend a lot of time just because of how fast this stuff's going to start going. But I want to say this: DeAndre Swift will be a top 3 pick in our draft. If you're going to ask me right now where I'm going to put him, an actual spot, I see him going 2nd overall in our draft. So I think this is going to be the number 2 pick in the 2020 AFL draft. So now we go to the Giants. First round, they of course picked Andrew Thomas, tackle out of Georgia. Here, like I said, where I thought they should have went yesterday was defense. I'm going to stick with that. If I was the Giants, I would strongly look at the safeties or an edge rusher. So I'm either going to go Epenza, Bond, or Terrell Lewis from Alabama here, or Gross Mentos from Penn State. This is definitely going to be an outside pass rusher. But again, that defense, I mean, they could add a safety, one of these safeties. I mean, obviously they got Jabril Peppers in the deal last year. So maybe they don't need to necessarily go safety this early. They could go corner. I like Diggs or Fulton here also. So we'll see what goes on there. Again, they're still at. Obviously, they're not taking a quarterback. They're not taking a running back. Wide receiver. Wide receiver. It wouldn't be a horrible thing for them to go wide receiver either. But I would say for their personal needs, you got to go defense. You could look interior offensive line. What do they pick next? Do they have 2 picks in the? No, the Giants only have the 1 pick in the first, or in the 2nd round. Sorry. And then again, they don't pick until. They don't pick again today unless they trade back up. Wait, take that back. Sorry, I'm going old school on this one. I'm actually going through a notebook to look at it, so pardon. I'm trying to get as much talking in here and leave less. Oh, they do. Okay, they pick at 99. So that's the bottom end of the third round. So I guess you got to get what you need right here. And I say they go defense. Right now, they just came back from the commercial. They're showing Goodell chit-chatting with T. Higgins on getting drafted to the Cincinnati Bengals. And so hopefully here we'll have the Giants pick. Said it was in. They're showing DeAndre Swift right now. They're interviewing Maria Taylor is actually interviewing him right now. I'm trying Tony again, by the way. And I got nothing. I will keep periodically trying him throughout this broadcast. Again, I think they're going defense. I think they're going edge rusher. But don't be shocked if they go wide receiver. I think we're going to go with the commissioner hopefully here for this pick. Any second. I also actually would like Russ Blaylock. I like something on the defensive front for them here. Oh, looks like we're looks like my food is here. Should be my daughter will probably bring it down here in a second. So I'll try to look away when I'm eating. I don't. You guys have to necessarily watch that per se. Oh, the pick is in, so we're gonna go with the commissioner here right now, Mr. Roger Goodell. I am a fan, by the way. Xavier McKinney. He went with the top-rated safety. I mean, he's the highest-rated player on anyone's board in day two. Can't knock it. With him and Peppers, I like this pick. Hi, Alex. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, McDonald's. That was Alex. You got to see her dancing, obviously, yesterday, and now she's waiting on her dad. It looks like, which I appreciate. So give me 1 second here while I get situated. But no, Xavier McKinney, Alabama safety. Absolutely think this is a great pick for them. Load that secondary, load those safeties. And that's one thing I like. I hated the trade that Miami did when they traded Fitzpatrick to Pittsburgh, but it gave Pittsburgh an amazing duo with Fitzpatrick and was it Terrell or Edmonds? Ah, my God, I am horrible with names. And it looks like the so we got receiver, running back, safety. It looks like the Patriots pick is in. As far as Xavier McKinney, I do see him going in our draft. You can see the run him third, fourth round, somewhere in there. Possibly fourth, fifth round. Safeties don't usually go high in our draft, so now we got this could be a quarterback spot, obviously, everyone. And what I'll do is I'm going to quick grab a bite here, turn my mic off for a second. I'm going to look away, eat, and then here. There. Sorry, I am hungry. I don't want to gross anyone out eating on here, so I'll turn my microphone off when I eat. So I think a lot of product placement has gone on so far in this draft. McDonald's. What else have we done here? I think there was a shout out yesterday to a few things. If they don't go quarterback here, what do we like? I like defense. They have a lot of holes they got to replace. You know, this could be a tight end spot too. Kohnke could go here, or it's Belichick. God knows what he'll do. I mean, could he go Thaddeus Moss? You know, he had his dad. Obviously loved Randy Moss, so we'll see what happens here. Sorry. Tell you what, I'm gonna turn my mic off. I'm gonna cut away real quick. I'm just gonna go off to the side here and just quick eat this, but I'll make sure I come back. Oh, it's a pick. Did I totally just miss something? Gross Matos, the defensive end from Penn State, goes to Carolina. I like this pick. I can't believe I missed who the Patriots picked because I was eating. Problems with eating. Let me quick eat, and then I'll. Right now we got. No, I'm gonna wait here. Miami's on the clock. Who on earth did I miss? Who did they pick that I missed? So this is where I'm hoping J.K. Dobbins. I'm hoping for J.K. Dobbins so badly. Um, I mean, you don't know how badly I want to pick this kid because I want him on my team from my college, my team. Who did I miss at the Patriots? I apologize for missing a whole pick, people. Patriots, they got Kyle Dougler from the safety. I would have gone Delpit or Winfield as opposed to that, but who might argue with Belichick, right? So after the Miami pick, I'm gonna quick jump to the side and eat, but I'll make sure I'm here. You know, I won't miss any picks, so it'll only take me a minute to do this, unless I can get Tony on the line. That's what I was hoping I could get Tony on the line, so I had someone else to talk. I'm trying them right now. And I got nothing. So it says the Dolphins pick is in. We're just showing a video package here, apparently, of someone's childhood. I didn't catch who they're doing. I apologize. Actually, what I'll do is I'm going to leave the volume on when I quick step to the side to eat, and I'm just going to turn the volume up on the television. You can hear that why I'm chomping away. I just don't want to see people really eating on here, and I don't want to stop the feed either. But I want this pick to come in. As far as again for the Carolina pick, they're rebuilding. Oh, looks like they're going to commercial. They're rebuilding their defense. You know what? They're going to commercial. Tell you what, I'm gonna pause here. I'm just gonna turn the TV up, step to the side, and eat real quick. Pick comes in, I will jump right back on here. All right, I'm back. Mine's picking in. Ate the burger. So I'm still gonna munch on fries during this, but I'll turn my microwave when I do that. Here we go, Commissioner. Please be Dobbins. Please be J.K. Dobbins. Robert Hunt. Well, we went uh, we went guard. We went my second highest interior lineman. um, Houston's on the clock. I see running back here. Um, I mean, I don't hate the fact they added an interior guard. Again, I would have rather seen a running back. If it wasn't Dobbins, I'd already seen Taylor. Of course, Miami does pick again in this round at 56. Dobbins is going to be there. Taylor's not going to be there, I don't think. I mean, I guess I could go Cam Akers. That could be a spot for him, but um, I don't hate this pick. I guess I don't hate this pick. It's more of disappointed. Um, they did take a high-rated interior. The second is that my second highest interior lineman. Um, some people's he may have been the highest, so I don't hate the pick. I just really, really wanted the running back. And even if, like I said, it didn't have to be Dobbins, I would have loved Taylor. But right now, the pick is in for the Texans. I like running back also here. I understand they just brought in David Johnson. Carlos Hyde, you traded for last year, but his he's at the tail end of his career. David Johnson, unfortunately, even though he's still young, excuse me, he may be not. I don't say tail end, but his better days are behind him. So here we go. Ross Blacklock, they went defensive tackle from TCU. Um, you know, they got one of the highest rated interior linemen left on the board. You could never knock that. Plus, he's a Texas kid. Um, I don't want to call this a hometown pick, but I don't hate this pick for them. Um, again, there's enough running backs where they probably thought, well, even though we need to get another one, you know, David Johnson can get them by enough where they don't have to bring in another big name. So they could go later, possibly take an A.J. Dillon, possibly take a Zach Moss, to get the same value. So right now there's a trade. Either that or I wrote this down wrong. It says the Colts are picking right now, and I originally was supposed to be Cleveland, so I missed something when I first did this, or there was just a trade. But the Colts are on the clock. Um, the Colts originally it said they had the 44th pick, so they may have just traded up to Cleveland. Um, what do I see the Colts taking here? I don't see offensive line. I'm going tight end. I'm gonna say Cole Kmet. I said last one when they went receiver. I'm gonna say it again here. I think they're going offense. They're going Cole Kmet. We'll find out here in a second. Right now on the Todd McShay's big board, J.K. Dobbins actually was the second available player. The Colts, obviously, they're going to do a whole new resurgence this year. I like them bringing in Philip Rivers with that offensive line, with the receiving core they have now around them, with the current running back situation they have. I see nothing but good things coming in for the Colts. I think they're going to be definitely compete for the division, if not win it, with Tennessee. We're going to the commissioner right now. It was a trade. It was a trade. Wow. Jonathan Taylor, running back out of Wisconsin, is a Colt now. This guy will be a top 3 pick in our draft. An absolute phenomenal player. Taylor to the Colts. Sorry, I have two things I'm tracking all this stuff with. So I have one that's my kind of list where I mark them off when they get drafted. Then I have a number. I'm actually just tracking every pick. So I like this pick. Like I said, I see him top 3 pick. Um, he could go 2. He could. I mean, there's a slim chance he falls to 4, but more likely he'll be top 3. Um, wow, Indianapolis. I like this pick. Yes, you have Marlon Mack. He has also had some durability issues. I know this kid has over 6,000 yards rushing. He had like 900 carries in his college career. Look, he's young. I don't think he took as much punishment as other running backs that have that many carries. I see him being a potential Pro Bowl player. I like this pick. I think Indianapolis is absolutely nailing offense. Um, and they're trying to say, Philip, you're the guy. We want your later years to be your best years. We're gonna surround you with as much offensive talent as possible. Excuse me. Jaguars are on the clock. Actually, their pick is in. For them, I definitely like defense here. Um, I'm going to go probably a safety. I see this as either Winfield or Delpit. Um, but I can't say enough praise for Jonathan Taylor. I will say this: if he is he's not going to be the number 1 overall pick. If he's at 3, I will take him. So I don't know if I'm giving him any insight here. Um, but then again, Swift is a possibility too. So I do like this kid a lot. And being the offensive line he just went to, I see great things for him. This might even be the guy I take number 1 overall. Who knows? I might have just tucked myself into it. All depends where Dobbin goes, I guess. Again, for Jacksonville, I like the safety, either Winfield or Delpit. If they don't go safety, let's see. Yesterday they picked. What did they get yesterday? So I don't see him going edge rusher with this pick. They could go interior lineman, which if they do that, I like Gallimore from Oklahoma or Metabuk. I must have murdered that one from Texas A&M. They're showing the Jonathan Taylor family right now. So now we got Ezra Cleveland as the top pick on here, or as the top rated player on Todd McShay's board. And we're going to commercial. See if we can't try Tony. I do apologize. Today is not as smooth as yesterday because it's just me. It is harder again doing this when you don't have someone to talk to. It's easy doing these when I'm just trying to pump out information. Excuse me. Pump out information I have specifically to cover. But with something like this, you're trying to cover kind of what's just happened. You're trying to cover what could be happening coming up. So you're kind of all over the map. It's like it's an ever-changing thing. So I'm trying to readjust as players don't get picked, as players get picked, who's still out there, who's been gone, what's the team situation. So if I seem like I'm kind of like all over the place, that's why I wish I had at least someone else to talk to. Um, if there's anyone watching this in our league that wants to be a part of the Skype, just let me know and I can add you in here. I'd love to add you in here. I'd love to have someone else to talk to right now. Um, so again, we got Jacksonville. I think defense. If they decided to go offense, then yesterday they added corner. I don't see a receiver. That doesn't mean it wouldn't be. I don't see a receiver because that's not a priority. Um, it's got to be defense, unless unless they go running back. Now, if they go running back, that means Fournette is going to get traded. So that is another possibility too. I will throw that out there. I know I've heard it talked about. Man, this could be a tight end spot too. Yeah, this could be a good tight end spot. There's a lot of things that a lot of teams need. Obviously, you just try to look at what they. When I say this could be a tight end spot, what I'm saying is they have a position at tight end that isn't. You know, I could see them wanting to say we need to get some fresh young blood in here. Wish I had. I need this. So I need my monitor guy, Tony. Where are you? I need you. I need you to have on your 38th TV monitor. I need to have the Jacksonville Jaguars full roster pulled up. Either that, or maybe I need to invest in a second monitor. Who knows? Thanks for McDonald's again, Alex. Guy just asked me how about that Dolphins pick. Again, I don't hate it. Um, getting the interior lineman is something that it wasn't a horrible pick for them to do. Again, I just wanted the running back. Oh, here we go. And they went the one thing I said they didn't need to do. He was actually kind of all up and down from what I saw. I had him kind of middle of my pack for receivers, um, but I saw him higher on some other people's boards too. So for Jacksonville, let's see. I guess I actually had him sixth on my board behind Jefferson. Um, that this board, like I said, is a few weeks old. I would have actually probably moved that around. I would have put Pittman over him for sure. I might have even bumped Mims over him. For this is and the Bears are on the clock and their pick is in. This is a harder one to gauge where he's going to go. He's not going to be a first round pick at all. Um, I would say you start looking at him late second, somewhere in the third, and the reason is Jacksonville wide receivers are hard to work with. You have a quarterback situation you don't, right now it's Gardner Minshew, but is he really going to be the quarterback there? And you know, it's just a scary place to get a receiver. That's why I would have rather seen them go defense. Um, the Bears are in, and obviously they did not have a pick yesterday because it belonged to the Raiders. So I like offensive line here for sure. I see Ezra Cleveland. You just lost Kyle Long to retirement. They have one of the worst offensive lines in football. You brought in the running back David Montgomery. You got a couple of quarterbacks in Foles and Trubisky. You're trying to figure out who's your quarterback. You're trying to keep these guys healthy, and you're trying to open holes for that running back who was who is obviously was the number one overall pick in our league last year. Um, Before he got traded to move, so I could get the third overall pick, but this year. But I still see good things for David Montgomery. I see potential for a 1,000-yard running back out of him. But to make that happen, the Chicago Bears absolutely need to address offensive line, and they need to start right here at 43, and they need to take Ezra Cleveland. I almost said again, Ezra Johnson. They need to take Ezra Cleveland. If they don't take him, then I'd say go maybe Josh Jones, the tackle out of Houston. But they need to go offensive line. Um, right here. And we're just waiting. It says the pick is in, so we're just waiting for the commissioner to pop up here. I'm gonna give Tony one more quick try. Cleveland is going to be on the clock, by the way, once the pick is in. I got, again, nothing from Tony. Unfortunately. But who will the Bears take? I mean, there's no way it's a running back. If it's not offensive line, I like one of the safeties here. Now they're going to commercial. I could see one of the safeties also going here, either Delpit or Winfield. I could also see him go potentially edge rusher. Here we go. Going the commissioner. They went tight end, Kohnke. Now, obviously, the reason I didn't originally have him slated for a tight end here is because they added Jimmy Graham in the offseason. That being said, this is kind of a local pick. A lot of people look at Notre Dame as almost a Chicago school. I mean, it's the biggest college that's really close to them. I mean, obviously there's Northwestern, but Notre Dame and Northwestern obviously are completely different things. I like this pick for them. I like this kid, and I'm going to say this: he's going to be a potential to really be the guy there. And they could even say Jimmy Graham. Maybe they trade Jimmy Graham. Maybe they just let him go. Who knows? Or they keep them both and go double tight end, or just keep them both fresh because Jimmy Graham doesn't stay healthy. There's a lot of options they have here. As far as our draft, the AFL draft, I see this kid as early as second round. I don't think he makes it past the third. So anywhere, I guess in the second, third round, I see him going um, in the 2020 fantasy draft for our keeper league. But I do like that pick for Chicago. But I would have preferred them to see. Now, I mean, obviously a tight end he can block, but tight end does help the running game a little bit. But again, I would have preferred them taking um, the tackle there. So now we got Cleveland on the clock. That was part of the trade. I don't know. I don't have the information on what the trade was all for. If someone wants to text that to me, go ahead. The Indianapolis Cleveland deal in the second round. So here with Cleveland, what do I like for them? This could be an interior lineman as well. They just added Austin Hooper, so I don't see a tight end. This could be a safety spot, actually. All right, I'm going to throw Winfield out there. I'm going to say Winfield right here. With a backup plan, I thought of it as I was looking at the sheet. You know, there was rumors of an Odell Beckham trade. What if they had a receiver with a mindset that we're going to still trade Beckham? Not that I agree with trading Beckham. I can understand why they want to, though. You know, he does come with, I don't want to say baggage. He's obviously one of the most phenomenal receivers in the league. Um, but he's also probably the biggest diva of them all, which has its pluses and minuses. So we're still a commercial here. Once we come back, hopefully we'll have that Cleveland pick. After Cleveland, then we go to Tom Brady. Oh, I'm sorry, Tampa Bay. Which there, I would like defense probably. So we got yesterday, Cleveland, of course, picked the tackle Willis, which I thought was a phenomenal pick for them. Willis. I don't know why I said Willis. Wills. Um, Jedrick Wills from Alabama. Uh, at number 10 yesterday. I liked that pick a lot. Um, so either here, like I said, I'm either going to go interior lineman. So I'm going to go, or but I think it's going to be the safety. I think I said that a lot. And the reason sometimes I repeat these guys over and over, like, oh, this would be a great spot for him. This would be a great spot for him. Because a player is that good where he's going to fit anywhere he goes. And he should go there. He should have been gone already if I say that, probably. But, so I'm going to go Winfield as my first choice. And if they don't go safety, then I'm going to say they're going to go an offensive guard. So as soon as the commissioner comes up here, I'm going to cut to the volume feed and we'll hear what our great commissioner has to say. Oh, they're still doing some breakdowns here. Right now they're interviewing Cesar Ruiz, um, the center that went to New Orleans in the first round yesterday. They're showing over and over again where he tried to apparently hug Roger Goodell, which is interesting. But I'm not part of that. I'm up for this. Cleveland, like I said yesterday, is going to go as far as Baker Mayfield takes them. I mean, let's face it. They're loaded everywhere. You got 2 Pro Bowl wide receivers. You got a 1,500-yard running back. You just added a solid tight end, Austin Hooper. They have big playmakers on defense. You know what? You got what? How many? I mean, they got what? Denzel Ward was what the 3rd overall pick a couple years ago, or 2nd overall pick a couple years ago. At corner, you got Myles Garrett, who was the number 1 overall pick just a few years prior as well. There's no reason that this team doesn't have a shot, doesn't make the playoffs. But their pick is in, commissioner. They went safety Delpit. I had said Winfield, but Delpit was the second choice for them. I like it. He was a Jim Thorpe winner last year for Nation's top defensive back. Um, I had him actually slated as my number 3 safety. I do like this kid a lot, though. Um, so that means Winfield's got to go soon. We got the Bucks on the clock right here. Um, I don't see like I said here. I'm going to go in interior lineman for Michigan, or for I could see an interior lineman going here for more protection for Brady. If they don't go, then it's going to be a defense. They're not going to go receiver. They're not going to go running back. Or wait, this could be a running back spot. This actually could be Dobbins right here. I don't know. Sorry, I'm all jumping around here. This actually, I'm gonna say Dobbins. I'm gonna say this is J.K. Dobbins right here, but we're gonna find out. Um, if it's not, if they go I think the next choice for them would probably be Zach Moss. Obviously, you have um, Ronald Jones there. He hasn't really panned out like they thought he was going to. I was high on him. I actually drafted him a couple of years ago. Um, he was actually the 3rd overall pick in our draft, just 2 years ago, and he just didn't pan out. I didn't keep him. Nick Ritz had him last year. He had moments, especially towards the end of the year. And then I actually acquired him in a trade, and then I actually traded him away which got me the 8th overall pick this year. Um, and a lot of that had to do with some of the moves that the Bucks were making before the whole Brady thing. I really thought it was going to be a good thing to have him. So, but now I'm starting to think maybe he's not going to be the guy there. The pick is in. We're going the commissioner. They went safety, Antoine Winfield. Um, can't knock this pick. His dad obviously is someone that is potential Hall of Fame defensive back for the Minnesota Vikings. His dad obviously was a Buckeye, um, but when Del Pitt just went, I even said um, not going to be too much longer before he goes. So right now you're not going to. Now you might see safety sitting for a while. Minnesota had a solid year in college last year, and this is obviously one of the big reasons why um, his play. Um, I actually had him on my board. I actually had him ahead of both Del Pitt and McKinney. But on other boards, I saw him as he was in the top three always. Denver's on the clock. Actually, Denver's pick is in, by the way. Let's see what we got here. So he just went to Tampa Bay. Winfield will get drafted in our draft, absolutely. I think you'll start seeing him probably anywhere fifth, sixth round, somewhere in there. You could see him starting to go. Safeties, as far as defensive players, usually are high because they get more points. Corners are um, safeties and middle linebackers get the most. Um, but this is another. Well, his dad actually was a first round pick to Buffalo, and then but most of his career was in Minnesota. So we got Denver here now. Denver yesterday. What did they pick up? They obviously picked up Jerry Jeudy. So I like them going Ezra Cleveland here. I like them going offensive line. They're showing the whole Winfield family here, celebrating. Quite the home that they have here. He's actually bigger than his dad. But his dad was a corner who ended up, I believe, at the end of his career they moved him to safety. So there is a bit of that's why there's a weight differential. 40 times are very similar. Vertical was very similar. So the pick is in for Denver. I'm going to say tackle Ezra Cleveland, but we're going to find out here. So we go the commissioner. Took the receiver out of Penn State, KJ Hamler. Um, I don't knock the player. I knock the position of drafting this. I understand you had to add receivers, but I don't think you had to do it in the first two rounds. Um, personally, I would have liked to see them go on offensive line here, and then maybe come back and take whatever receiver is there. Let's see. So next up, we got the Falcons. Actually, the pick is in. KJ Hamler will get drafted in our draft, absolutely, but you're looking at probably starting anywhere in the fourth, fifth round. Um, he's obviously going to be the third wheel um, in their offense as far as receivers go, behind Sutton and Jeudy. So he'll get picked in our draft, no question. But just I think you're going to see him going later. Now with the Falcons, I would see them at this pick going. So yesterday they went corner. I like linebacker here, actually. Either I like some type of edge rusher. Um, I mean, they could go tackle. But I'm going to put in, I'm going to say AJ Epenza from Iowa. We'll find out here very, very shortly who they take. And we're going to commercial. Give Tony another try. I want someone to talk to. Is anybody out there? Does anybody hear me? If you guys can hear me chewing, I do apologize. I'm trying not to sound gross or anything. So again, we got Atlanta, followed by the Jets, Pittsburgh. I don't see Atlanta. So where's the next running back spots? Let's see. I'm going to mark this. Dobbins could be a Pittsburgh Steeler. I could see it there. You got 52 of the Rams. That could be a spot for a running back. 55. I don't know what 55 is. 56 Miami should be a running back spot. Again, you got the Rams at 57. If they don't take one here, then there'd be another spot they could take a running back. I don't see, unless there's a trade, the Jets are next pick after the Atlanta. I would say the Jets are going to probably go defense. No, the Jets will go receiver. The Jets will go receiver. So what did I say here? I said Apenza, or this could be an Ezra Cleveland pick as well. And then with the Jets, I see receiver, and I'll have one here for you in a second. The Jets receiver, I am going to say Mims, either Mims or Claypool. I think Claypool's a little bit bigger. I'm gonna go with Mims. Now we got a bunch of people singing the song "Lean On." I think this would be more exciting if I had someone to talk to. I really do. That's Bob. Hi, Bob. I can't talk to Bob. I mean, I can talk to Bob, but he's not gonna talk back to me. As you can see, he's wearing a Merino jersey. He's a big fan. He's a Dolphins fan, of course. But here we are with the we're back to the draft. I think we're probably about to have the commissioner pop on the screen. We should. It says their pick is in. There was a trade, not with this pick, but the next pick was supposed to be the Jets. It says Seattle. So Seattle and the Jets obviously made a trade. I still wish I had what the trade was earlier with Indianapolis moving up with is that Cleveland? But yeah, I see D line here. So like I said, Epenza is who I am picking here at 47 for Atlanta. We're about to find out right now. Only commissioner. Marlon Davidson, Auburn defensive end. Let's see where I had him on my board here. I know I had him on there. I'm not too far off what I said. So let's see. Gross just went to Carolina. I forgot to mark that one. So I had him fourth. Um, so which means Appenza is the only one that's left. Would have been above him anyway. So for them, I don't hate this pick. I mean, it's a position I said they needed to get. Seattle's pick is in, by the way, so we'll find out what they're going. I doubt this is running back. I doubt this would even be receiver or quarterback. I mean, it's obviously not going to be quarterback yet, Russell Wilson. Tight end, they just added Greg Olsen, but he's on the tail end. They don't need a tight end. They have plenty of tight ends. I'm going to go right here. I think you go defense again. Um, so I'm gonna say Appenza right here. I'm gonna go. He's got to go here eventually, right? But they definitely need a defensive player. Only other thing I'll throw out there is this could also be Ezra Johnson. Or Ezra. I don't know why I keep saying Ezra Johnson. He was a solid defensive player for the Packers in the 80s, but come on. I'm gonna say first choice. I'm gonna say Appenza. Second choice is Ezra Cleveland, Boise State, Seattle Seahawks. Back to the last pick. Let's see. We had Marlon Davidson. Defensive ends don't have super high value. I mean, they have higher value. They have the highest value of the defensive lineman category. That one though, you know, he's one I don't know if he potentially might get picked in our draft, but it'll be late. It'll be a later if he does. You're looking bottom of the draft, really. That's not a knock on him. It's just, um, oh, here we go. I'll tell you why in a second. It's just, yep, there was a trade with the Jets. Darrell Taylor, defensive end from Tennessee. Let's see if I ever had him on my board. Tennessee. I'm not a super expert, right? He wasn't even on my board, but he is now. I just added him. All right, so here we are, Pittsburgh Steelers. Um, I'm going to say it right now. This is a running back spot. James Conner can't stay healthy. Um, the only thing other thing I would say about this pick is I wouldn't be shocked if it was also a quarterback. Um, you need to get his replacement. You need Big Ben's replacement. Oh, we got a message in here. Oh, is this my son? Elliot. I had sent him a text earlier about he asked me about a video game he wanted, and I just told him it's actually on sale right now if he wanted to get it. Battlefield 5, by the way. Um, PlayStation's got a big sale going. Anyway, so but no, Pittsburgh. I like them going running back or quarterback here. I think they go in offensive position definitely. Receiver wouldn't be far off. Tight end, they just brought in Ebron, so they're not going to bring a tight end. I mean, secondary wise, they don't really need to add secondary. Maybe another corner, but it's not an immediate need. Defensively, they're pretty solid for the most part. Um, I mean, you've added what? You got T.J. Watt you've drafted in the last few years. Devin Bush. You got both Edmonds and Fitzpatrick at safeties. They're solid defense. They could add maybe another defensive lineman, but you're essentially adding that for a rotation. And just to keep a fresh guy on the field at all times. I think this is an offensive position. Running back first. Quarterback second, receiver third. Dobbins. I'm going to say Dobbins, Eason, Mims. If they go receiver, it's Mims. That's my prediction. I'm gonna do an ATT here. I'm gonna reach out and touch someone. Calling Tony right now. See what we get. When we come back, we'll have hopefully the Pittsburgh Steelers pick. And we got nothing from Tony. Oh, well, yesterday was a little more exciting because I had someone to talk to. I think I've said that a lot. This is fun to do though. I do enjoy this. I know I'm probably not the smoothest guy at it or the very best, but understand the whole point of these streams are primarily to help or to communicate to the people in my personal fantasy football league. But like I said, with something like this, I'm hoping you're getting, if you're not in our league and you're just in a fantasy football league period, I'm hoping you're getting some value out of this. Um, you know, I'm giving you my views, how I feel. The pick is in. We're going to commissioner. J.K. Dobbins. J.K. Dobbins. They went Chase Claypool, wide receiver. I don't hate this pick at all. Um, this is a big kid. You actually could potentially put him at tight end if they wanted. So let's see, take him off. I had him as my number 10 wide receiver, which the only guy in front of that I have on my board that would still be left is Mims, and that's only a couple guys ahead of him. So um, I like this kid. He's 6'4", 238, wide receiver. But like I said, with his size, you could potentially put him as a receiving tight end as well. I'm not sure of his actual blocking ability. Excuse me. But they're showing he's got some speed, um, and obviously with his size, he's going to outjump a lot of guys. Um, but what this is going to do is obviously you have Juju there, you got James Washington. Um, you know, could he potentially be the third receiver now? Because what they got was a Dante Johnson as well. I could see Claypool actually being the third receiver in this mix. Um, or someone that you can, possibly try to stretch the field with and make slots open for Juju. Um, or, I mean, they could go to almost a double tight end and then launch both him and Ebron off. So I think it's a good pick for them. Like I said, receiver was the third spot I had them going for that pick. But I really thought that would have been the Dobbins spot. We got the Bears pick up. The Bears their pick apparently is in. Here's Chicago. I like offensive line, like I said earlier, so I'm gonna go Ezra Cleveland. I'm gonna nail this guy eventually, right? Ezra Cleveland or it's got to be offensive line. There's no reason that it shouldn't be. Um, it's their biggest need. Here we go. We're going to the commissioner right now. Chicago Bears, pick 50, second round. They went Jalen Johnson, defensive back from Utah, corner actually. Actually, I believe I had him as highest available corner on the board. As far as fancy value for our league, I'll start right there. Um, 0. And it's not a knock on him as a player. It's a knock on the position. I had him as the fourth available um, corner. So now Trevin Diggs and Kristen Fulton are the next highest corners available. Dallas's pick is up. Their pick also is in. I see defense, definitely with the possibility of interior line, specifically at the center position. Um, but I think it's going to be defensive line, and I'm going to go AJ Apenza. Um, if it's not, they could go with one of the corners actually, because they just lost. So if it's not Apenza, then I'm going to go with either Diggs or Fulton. But probably corners where they should go. But Apenza is also probably one of the highest rated players on the board. They don't need a defensive, or they don't need an offensive lineman. They obviously, I mean, they could potentially look at quarterback if they're going to not go forward with Dak and they're looking to move him. But we're going to get the pick right here, Dallas. Oh. Sorry, yeah, Dak Prescott's brother, Jace Prescott, passed away yesterday. Um, wow, that sucks. That really sucks, actually. That sucks for his family. Um, keep, I guess, the Prescott family in your prayers. Wow, that really really brought my mood down, I guess. Um, yeah. Wow, that sucks. Uh, I'll be right back. I'm gonna leave the TV on. You guys can hear that, maybe, hopefully. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. I had to walk away there for a second. Hopefully we come back with a Dallas pick. And my fries are almost gone. So again, we talked about Dallas pick here. SCD line, specifically from the edge position. Although corner would not be a bad pick for him. I am trying Tony for another time here. He's always by his computer, so it's a matter if he's up or not. Well, I think he was up a lot today. He said he didn't sleep too well. And I'm back with you guys. Not that I left, I was right here the whole time. By the way, this is not a Steeler. It's Pittsburgh Pirates. Happen to be my favorite baseball team. So I guess if you guys don't know, I like Pittsburgh Steelers. Or Steelers, my God. Pittsburgh Pirates for baseball. I like the Miami Dolphins for football. Ohio State for obviously college sports. The Lakers for basketball. And the Penguins for hockey. And the pick should be in. It should be going to the commissioner any second. Nope. See, this is the problem. This is why it took so long yesterday. There's moments like this, like put the pick in. It's in. I know they're showing Jerry Jones. They're talking about them. Mike McCarthy's desk is empty. By the way, anyone watching this, if you want to know where Jerry Jones actually is, he's actually on a yacht. So he's obviously a pretty poor guy. I think his grandson is sitting next to him right now. Granddaughter. Yesterday, he had his son and daughter. Yep, here we go. Now we are finally going to Commissioner Goodell for Dallas's pick. I'm saying Epenza or corner. And I said Diggs is the first choice at defensive back. I like this pick a lot because it makes absolute sense. You're getting a corner that's played against some of the best receivers, played in some of the biggest stages in college football. Um, this was an absolute need pick, and they got the top corner left on the board. So Dallas. So on my actual personal, so on this board I only had 10. I had basically 10 at every position. Well, some I had a couple more. I think receiver I had like 13, 14, 12 at running back. Most of them are just 10 though. So I had 10 defensive backs, and there's only 2 left. Christian Fulton at 8, and Troy Pride at Notre Dame at. So we got the Rams up right here. I see potential for running back here. Um, if it's not running back, this could be a Ezra Cleveland pick. This could be a Penza pick. It might not be a running back pick only because they want to give Henderson his chance. So Penza, you got to replace Fowler, who went to where did he go? Atlanta. I'm gonna say Penza or what other defensive linemen do we got here that are edge rushers? Could be Zach Bond from Wisconsin. Could be Terrell Lewis from Alabama, but they're more considered outside linebackers. I'm gonna go with Penza. I mean, I can't wait to go back and watch this and actually see how many times I've said that name. But so after this, then we got Philadelphia on the clock. Philadelphia, I would also, that's another spot. I would put Ezra Cleveland there. They could definitely use a young offensive lineman in there. They could use a young defensive lineman in Philadelphia as well. But here the Rams pick is up. Cam Akers, running back, Florida State. Well, they're pushing Henderson now. So Cam Akers was actually one of the higher running backs on my board as well. Um, Obviously, Dobbins is the highest available. This kid's out of Florida State. Um, Cam Akers. There, we got someone fantasy value in our league. Definitely going to be a top first round pick, absolutely. Um, I'm going to put him slated as early as 4. He's gone anywhere from 4 to, I'd say, 4 to 7. Somewhere in there is where he'll go. Um, I'm thinking, I'm thinking he actually might be 4. If he's not 4, I'm going to put him at 6, but he'll be gone. If he's not gone in those 2 spots, he's not making it past 7. Um, I think it's a good pick for them. I don't think it was their top need, but what it's doing is it's like, we just lost Gurley. Henderson didn't have exactly the greatest rookie year. So, you know what? Let's bring someone in, and at worst, we got a committee. I think it's a great pick for them. He did, 1,100 yards last year for Florida State. Um, yeah, I like this pick. I like the possibility. If I'm a Ram fan, I'm excited. Um, he's crying. They're showing a picture of Cam Akers right now. He's a little upset, but obviously tears of joy, not tears of sorrow. So now we got Philadelphia on the clock. In the first round, obviously, they went wide receiver Jalen Reagor from TCU. I think some of us kind of ripped that pick apart. I still rip the pick apart. Um, oh, here we go. Here we go. Philadelphia. Ooh, quarterback Jalen Hurts. Quarterback Jalen Hurts is a Philadelphia Eagle. Look, um, Carson Wentz doesn't stay healthy. Now, wow, I don't know how to rank this because look, I had him 7th quarterback on my board. The only 2 left above him are Eason and Fromm. This isn't what Philadelphia needed. I mean, unless your thought process is, look, Wentz can't stay healthy. Um, he's not someone that you're going to develop under Wentz. I mean, Wentz isn't going to be like a mentor to him. Now, can you do other things with him? Yes. Could they potentially? I don't think they're going to do necessarily like a Taysom Hill situation where you're going to throw him out there all the time, play all these different positions. But I mean, I don't know how NFL ready he truly is. He's been to the national championship game, obviously, whether he was with Alabama, and did very solid. He was obviously a Heisman Trophy finalist at Oklahoma last year. Um, I don't like this pick for them. And it's again, this isn't a knock of the player as much as it's a knock of necessarily the situation. He would have been better off going to a situation like a New England, where at least he's got mentorship from, I mean, a coaching staff that can mentor. I mean, obviously your coach for Philadelphia was and Buffalo's pick is in, by the way. Um, as far as our draft, he will get drafted, no question. He's not a first round talent in our draft. Um, I think you can see him going 3rd round, 4th round, and I mean the only reason I say that is just because of his name that he'd be going that high. I could see him going actually later. Realistically, he should go later, probably the 5th, 6th, 7th round, because you're basically getting if you're picking him. First of all, he's got to be a 3rd quarterback on your team. He can't be the backup for your team because essentially now this would be a good pick potentially for Christina because she has Wentz. So if she was looking at adding a 3rd quarterback, um, this would probably be a perfect fit. Um, So I'm gonna say, yeah, I'm gonna say, like you said, Christina is where he should go. And I would look at him somewhere in that 5, 6, 7, excuse me, round range. But I still look at him as a developmental talent. He's not someone that's going to be able to come in right now and play, unless obviously Wentz gets hurt. Which, I mean, face it, he gets hurt every year. Unfortunately, I think Wentz is a great talent, is a great leader, does well when he's in there. It's just he's he's broken. I mean, he's breakable. So now we go to Buffalo. Um, Obviously, yesterday Buffalo did not have a first round pick. What do I like in Buffalo? What do I like in Buffalo? I don't like much in Buffalo. I hate Buffalo, to be honest with you. I'm a Dolphins fan. That would probably make sense to say. Um, I don't think they need to go defensive back. They don't need quarterback. They don't need. They could potentially think running back here, actually. The reason I say that is obviously you have Singletary, but is he really going to be the guy there? He had a solid, I guess, rookie year. I don't think he's cemented himself that he is. They don't need a tight end. I actually like their tight end Dustin Knox. I think he has a bright future. This could be an offense. This could be an Ezra Cleveland spot. This could be an Ezra Cleveland spot. This could be a Penzic spot. Um, so I'm actually going to say Ezra Cleveland. I'm saying it right here, right now. No, I've been saying Cleveland too much. Let's change it up. Zach Bond. Let's go Zach Bond from Wisconsin. I need to say a different name on here because I think I've worn Ezra Cleveland and AJ Appenza out. So it says the pack is in now. After here, we go to Baltimore. Baltimore is probably one of those few teams that's in a situation where they can draft what they want. Um, they don't have to necessarily fill a specific need. That could be a J.K. Dobbins spot in Baltimore, to be honest with you. But we're about to find out. Buffalo. AJ Appenza. I changes it up. See, apparently I got to get. If Miami still has a pick at 56, I'm picking a different running back. Apparently, when I don't say him, they get picked. So defense at AJ, great kid, solid defensive ball player. Um, 6'5", 275, out of Iowa. Was an absolute monster for the Hawkeyes last year. He was a Ted Hendricks finalist. Just for some of the information they're throwing on the board. But no, I had him actually rated as my number 2 edge rusher. Going to Buffalo. So for them to get him here at this spot for Buffalo, it's great. For Dolphins fan, for Tua, maybe not so much. Um, but he can get to the quarterback. Um, I see him potentially getting picked in our draft, actually, later. I see him, probably you're looking at the teen rounds where, people are looking for backup defensive linemen. But I think he'll be a solid player in the NFL and solid Buffalo Bill. Good pick for them. Bad pick for me. So now we got Baltimore. So now maybe this could be a running back spot. So I'm gonna say J.K. Dobbins. I'm gonna go on the premise of because of what just happened. So I'm hoping if I say J.K. Dobbins, it won't happen because guess what? Miami is after Baltimore. I may fall out of my chair if Miami gets him. By the way, if Miami gets J.K. Dobbins, I'm hoping I don't do. Um, I don't remember what player's dad that was that fell out of their chair. What player's dad was that, by the way? Player was it? I can't remember. It wasn't one of the linemen, was it? One Derek Brown's, because his dad was about as big as he was. It doesn't matter. It was a pretty funny moment though. So again, for Baltimore, I'm going to say they can go pretty much whatever they want. So yesterday, obviously, they took the linebacker. Um, I'm actually going to throw out there. I'm going to say they go either receiver. This actually would be a good interior lineman spot. Maybe the lineman out of Michigan, Ben Breedson, um, Damian Lewis from LSU, Jonah Jackson from Ohio State. Those would be good fits. Interior linemen. They just obviously lost Yanda, who was their guard for about over a decade. Um, Again, this could be Ezra Cleveland spot. Josh Jones could also be considered a spot. He's another tackle. Um, if they went defense, I would say probably more interior. Maybe Gallimore from Oklahoma. Um, I mean, they could add another linebacker. They obviously don't need, so they could potentially go. This could be a Zach Bond, actually. This could be a Terrell Lewis or Zach Bond spot, outside linebackers. Um, I don't see a safety here at this position with what's left. Um, I could see Fulton though, my top corner from LSU. I could see him here, but let's nail me down to something. I'm gonna say first choice. I'm gonna say Zach Bond from Wisconsin, with an interior offensive lineman as my second choice, and I'll go with Breedison from Michigan as he's a top guy on my board. Third choice would be Mims, the receiver. We're still at commercial; we haven't come back yet, so excuse me. Maybe it's a good time to give Tony a try. Let's see if he's up. Excuse me again. Did I mention to you guys that I'm hoping Miami gets J.K. Dobbins at 56? Um, if he doesn't go in these next two picks, I could see him falling as far as, wow, he can't fall out of the first round, could he? Man, I guess he could. Because, okay, you got Baltimore is considering possibly getting a running back. But they're not looking to be like a big time running back. So they're not trying to bring in a running back to be like a guy right now. It'd more or less be like a change of pace type thing. He's not a change of pace back. He's an every down back. So it's got to be Miami at 56. I mean, the running back options aren't obviously there's still Zach Moss out there. There's still AJ Dillon. There's Michael Perrine, but J.K. Dobbins is so much better than these guys. I mean, in all fairness, had he not gotten hurt at the end of that first half against Clemson, I think Ohio State plays LSU for the national championship, and the result may have been a completely different situation than Clemson losing to LSU. But the Ravens pick is in, and we're going to commissioner. Um, I I wish it would be the next pick, but I don't hate it. Um, I guess this means I gotta get a Baltimore Ravens jersey. Sorry, anyone that's a Steelers fan that I just said that. I want to hear. Um, this could potentially be the number one pick in our draft. J.K. Dobbins, Baltimore Raven. Miami's on the clock. Miami's pick is in. So I'm just kind of listening. Is I want to hear what they say about him going to Baltimore. So, um, Dobbins, all likelihood, will be the first overall pick in our draft. If he's not, he doesn't make it past three. Um, that's just it's a fact of life. Um, Miami's on the clock. Miami obviously still needs to get a running back. Who do I want to see in Dolphin uniform? I see potential for Zach Moss here. I see potential for AJ Dillon. But I think they're going to go with LaMichael Perine from Florida. Try to keep it in state. Um, man, I'm sorry, everyone. I'm happy. I'm happy he went to Baltimore. I'm happy he's got a home. You just don't know how badly I wanted J.K. Dobbins to be a Miami Dolphin. We're just missing out on it. If they take a running back right here, then this would have been Dobbins. So we're finding out Miami's pick. They went defensive tackle Raekwon Davis. I well, that actually makes me feel better. I guess that maybe it wasn't going to be Dobbins anyways. Um, this kid Raekwon Davis out of Alabama, defensive tackle. Um, he won't have a lot of fantasy value in our league. I had him actually ranked as my eighth defensive tackle. And the reason I say is just because defensive tackles don't have a lot of. I mean, unless there's someone that really gets a lot of sacks. Usually your defensive tackles are going to eat up a lot of blocks. They're kind of very comparable to. Oh, the Rams pick is in, by the way. They're very comparable to corners in the same aspect of their statistical situation because our league, we have three defensive spots: it's D line, linebacker, and defensive back. And the defensive back, the safeties are the ones that get the points. The corners don't. Linebacker can be more shared because if you have a linebacker that can get a lot of sacks on the outside, that makes up the difference for not getting tackles. But usually the middle linebackers are the ones that get all the points. And then same with defensive linemen, your defensive ends are the ones that get majority of your points, whereas your defensive tackles do not. There are some few examples of where they do. Um, in this draft, the only guy I would probably have that consideration for would be Derek Brown, as far as from the defensive tackle position. Um, I'm actually surprised I haven't gotten some people texting me right now about Dobbins. Um, I'm going to do what I did last year. Now, last year, I'll tell you guys how. Last year, I traded for the number one overall pick in our draft, and I was going to draft. I had every intention of when I got the pick, which I traded for it back in. It was before a keeper deadline for sure, so it was around this time probably. I traded for that pick, the number one overall pick. Gave up a lot. Had every intention that whole time from April until our draft um, of picking Dwayne Haskins number one overall. Obviously, Ohio State quarterback that went to Washington in the first round. Um, and then it was the Thursday before our draft. I had, like I said, every intention. I even had the jersey here, everything, every intention of getting him. And then that Thursday, um, they had a preseason game, and I just kind of said to myself, "This I can get him later. I don't have to get him with the first overall pick because he's not going to go for a while." Now with Dobbins, it's a different boat because Dobbins will be a top three pick. Or if I was not pick him at the, I mean, if I wasn't going to pick him at number one, and even if I said I'm not going to pick him at number three, I don't think, I'm not sure if he would go at number two at this point, considering his situation. So I have to seriously look at what running backs to take here if I don't take. So if I said to myself, I can still get him at three, then it comes down to, do I want Taylor or do I want Swift more? Given the situations, I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know. I all I'm gonna say is this: there's a chance Dobbins is not number one overall in our draft, and I wouldn't have said that until just now. I'm gonna have to see how the preseason plays out, see how they're doing in the preseason before I really think my mind may have just changed on what I'm gonna do. I'm not sure, but Dobbins will be a top three pick in our league. Let's just put it that way. If I don't pick him at one and he's there at three, I'll pick Dobbins absolutely. So now we got the Rams pick. Um, they obviously went running back just a little while ago with Cam Akers. Um, this could actually be a receiver spot. They just traded Cooks away. This could be Denzel Mims of Baylor, or this could be an offensive tackle, Ezra Cleveland. If they went the defensive route, then I would probably say more of an edge rusher. Um, or an outside linebacker. So I'm going to say this. I'm going to go Mims first. Mims, Ezra Cleveland. No, Mims, Zach Bond, and then Ezra Cleveland. The pick is in. We're going to the commissioner right now. And Minnesota's next. Well, I was right about receiver. They went Van Johnson, whose actual dad was Sean Jefferson. I'm sorry, Van Jefferson, whose dad was Sean Jefferson, who played with the Chargers. Um, I don't know a ton about this kid. I believe I remember seeing him play though. Being as he's going to the Rams, he's going to get picked. I see potential for more of a I don't see teams looking at him until the third, fourth round in our league, but he will go in our draft absolutely. He's going to a situation where you have Robert Woods. Um, so this could be Cook's replacement. Um, if he is Cook's replacement, he moves up higher on our board. If he's actually going to be listed as a starter, um, then he potentially could go as early as second. Minnesota's pick is in, by the way. Um, I see defense here, and I'm going to actually go with. Oh, I could see offensive line though too. Let's go Ezra Johnson or Ezra Cleveland. I don't know why I want to keep saying Ezra Johnson. The guy wasn't that much of a great player. They're right now talking about the Rams pickups. Here you just lost your top, you lost Gurley. They're just talking about how they lost Gurley. I'm assuming because they showed pictures of Akers and Jefferson. You lost you lost Gurley and you lost Cooks. So they're replacing with these two rookies. Um, I think the Akers will work out better replacing Gurley than Jefferson's going to replace Brandon Cooks. But we're going to the pick right now. Minnesota. Hey, I got that one. So this was the top overall player, and everyone's board still left. That just went. I like this pick. I think Minnesota is absolutely nailing this draft. There's no question about that. Um, this was an absolute smart pick for them because what it does is here you have a running back in Delvin Cook. You want to bust holes for him. You absolutely need to keep Kirk Cousins and give him time because if he gives it Kirk Cousins times, he can produce. He is a solid. He's not an elite quarterback. Never will be. But he's a quarterback that can put up numbers. And then with the addition, I mean, they're hitting needs and they're hitting them with solid talent. And that's what you can ask of any draft is you want to get the best players available at what you need at the time. The Jets are up because apparently they did a trade, I'm guessing here with Seattle. Um, so as far as obviously offensive linemen have zero value in our league, but they both up players that he plays with. Now, I'm assuming that uh, Delvin Cook will be kept, Kirk Cousins will be kept, Adam Thielen will be kept. Not sure about the tight ends. Um, you got what? Kyle Rudolph and yeah, Kyle Rudolph. Oh, you know what? I know why. I bet this is where when Seattle traded up, the Jets got this pick for that. Let's see. So far in this draft, the Jets they only picked the once, right? They didn't trade back in. So all they've got is they picked up the offensive lineman. So what I like here is a receiver. So I'm going to say Mims. I'm going to say Denzel Mims from Baylor is the Jets' next pick. Um, potential for, I guess, potential for a tight end. I mean, I don't think they're going to, or if they go defense, this could be Zach Vaughn. But I'm not sure if they would go defense here. So top offensive lineman available on my board, for tackles at least, is Josh Jones. So I'll go here, top players on my boards. And these should be pretty close to some other top boards, but for quarterback, the top players available are going to be Jacob Eason and Jake Fromm. Running back wise, you got Zach Moss and A.J. Dillon, along with LaMichael Perrine. Receiver, you got Denzel Mims, Brian Edwards, and Donovan Peoples-Jones, and also K.J. Hill. Tight end, top three, you're looking at Harrison Bryant, Bryson Hopkins, and Jared Pinkney. Also Hunter Bryant. Offensive tackle, you got Josh Jones, Matt Parrott of UConn, Tyree Phillips of Mississippi State. For offensive guards, there's only one gone, so Ben Breedson of Michigan is number one, Logan Steinberg, Damian Lewis, Jonah Jackson. Centers, you got Tyler Beatson of Wisconsin, Lloyd Cushenberry of LSU. Defensive ends, we got Bradley Anae of Utah, Alex Highsmith of Charlotte. Defensive tackles, we got Justin Matabiki. I apologize. Texas A&M, Neville Gallimore of Oklahoma, Devon Hamilton of Ohio State. For inside linebackers, we got Jacob Phillips of LSU, Troy Dye of Oregon, Malik Harrison of Ohio State. For outside linebackers, Zach Bond of Wisconsin, Terrell Lewis of Alabama, Julian Aquara of Notre Dame. The corners, I just got two left on my top 10 board here. Kristen Fulton of LSU, Troy Pride of Notre Dame. And then for safeties, we go down to Ashton Davis of California, Jeremy Chin of Southern Illinois. We got Brandon Jones of Texas. So right now the Jets pick, I'm assuming, is in. We're going to find out what the Jets have picked. Again, I am going to go with wide receiver and say Denzel Mims. But we'll find out. And I thought they were going to go right to it. They're actually talking right now about how the Jets need to get a playmaker, how they need to get a wide receiver. And I think Mims is a perfect pick here. You just lost Robbie Anderson, who was your main receiver, in free agency to Carolina, I believe. You got to get something in here. They also probably need to try to either see if they can't trade for a wide receiver. They need to get some weapons around. You got the quarterback a couple years ago. You went and traded for and got Le'Veon Bell, or signed Le'Veon Bell. Let's get some receivers for this kid. If you want this, I mean, look, I'm a Dolphins fan. I hate the Jets, but if you want the kid to produce, get some playmakers in there for him. And here we go. Jets pick is in. Yep, Denzel Mims, Baylor, wide receiver. I see him having tremendous value. I see him, Denzel Mims, in New York. In our fantasy, I think you start looking at him late first. I don't think he makes it out of the second, and we got to trade. Um, the Patriots are on the clock. Baltimore has traded the. Oh boy, here we go. This might be a quarterback spot, guys. This might be. I'm saying Fromm. I'm saying Jacob Fromm or Jacob Fromm. I just combined them both. I'm saying Jake Fromm right here. I'm going quarterback. Patriots just moved up. I don't know what was involved in the trade. It literally just popped on the screen. So obviously there you got Ryan Hoyer and was it J.K. Steedman? Pick is in for New England. This is definitely a prime quarterback spot. And after that, we've got Tennessee is going to be next, by the way. Which for them, I'm going to say potential for wide receiver, otherwise defense. That's for Tennessee. But right now, we're focusing um, on the Patriots. I don't see running back here for the Patriots. Um, I don't think a wide receiver is what they'd want to go with. I think it's too high. If you're going to trade up, you're not trading up for one of these tight ends. Because their next pick, they pick at third round at 71, but that doesn't mean they still have that pick. I'm going to say this is either Eason or Fromm. I'm just going to lock those in right now. And we're just waiting to get from the commissioner here. Here we go. They're saying they're still on the clock, but it says the pick is in. Nope. I just noticed. I did not know that because I know he got released recently. I saw Marquise Lee as a Patriot. Um, I think he could actually have some fantasy value. I think he'll get drafted in our league. Oh, now we're going. We're going to commissioner. Linebacker out of Michigan, Josh Uche. Um, I don't know what they gave up for this trade. You got Titans on the clock. He probably gets picked somewhere. There's enough of these Michigan fans in our league that this kid will go somewhere in the draft. Um, it should be late. Um, I had him actually ranked. He's an outside linebacker. I got him ranked. He was my sixth outside linebacker. So why he went before Zach Bond, why he went before Terrell Lewis, I don't know. Obviously, I don't know. They wanted to have a Michigan guy in there because Brady was gone. I don't know. I don't like this pick. I mean, I like this pick for them because I think it's a wasted pick, at least in this position. I think they would have been better off. Now, depending what they're trading, if they gave away their 70, if they gave away pick 71, this is a horrible move. Because if they kept 71, they can still take one of these quarterbacks. They should both be there. If they didn't, I don't know. Um, if I was a Patriots fan, I wouldn't necessarily be super excited about this pick right now. Um, we got the Titans pick right now. I say Titans. Um, I think this could be a tight end spot. I'm gonna say that. I think I said I'm gonna go. I said I wouldn't. I think this could be potentially a tight end spot. I would like them to consider Thaddeus Moss just because of that size. and what you can do with him. Um, I could also see him potentially going to, wide receiver and getting Brian Edwards out of South Carolina. I forgot to mark down that Mims got to the Jets. So it looks like we're going to commercial here. So I'm actually going to take a minute here, step away, and I'm going to get a refill on my drink. And then I'm going to try Tony one more time. Be right back, everyone. Sorry. Here, let's give Tony a try. I got some swag. No, Tony. Sad face. That's okay. Sorry, I'm just now reading the. I'm not even checking comment. I guess I don't see the stuff pop up because when I'm watching the feed, just so I know you guys know who are watching this. When I watch the feed on this stuff, I'm actually watching my OBS screen, not my YouTube screen, because I need to check what's going on as far as mic volume and all that stuff. So that's why I just saw your comments now as I'm looking here at YouTube. Um, Guy unfortunately could not join us. Mark unfortunately also could not join us. Tony, I don't know. I've been trying to get him. Um, I'm not trying to keep secrets. Like I said, I just saw your message. I'm not sure who Fluffinator is, but my daughter brought it was a quarter pounder with fries and a Fanta orange drink. Um, so thank you for the comments. Apparently, I need to keep paying attention to this stuff too. Um, so right now we got the Titans pick is in, and we're going to the commissioner right now. Christian Fulton, cornerback. I like it. Solid corner from LSU. Um, he was my top corner left on the board. Um, Obviously played in the national championship game from LSU. Should step in there. Unfortunately, like I said, in our league, there's no fantasy value. At least there's not much for corners. In case you guys are wondering, by the way, in this cup is Arnold Palmer iced tea, my go-to drink. But yeah, he's my top corner available. Well, no longer available, I guess. So Tennessee. So now there's only Troy Pride, the only guy I have listed on my sheet right here. I only went 10 deep, so let's see. I'm trying to get this sent out so other people can watch this. See if I can find where they were. Sorry, I'm doing some technical stuff here. And I will start keeping my phone is where I'll have the your guys' comments so I can check those out. Hopefully I see when they pop up or not. It says 2 people are watching, so I thank you who's ever watching me right now. So right now we got the Packers on the board. Let's see. They obviously went and made the big trade yesterday to acquire Jordan Love. And there they moved up to acquire obviously Jordan Love. So where do I see them going here? I don't see running back. I could see receiver. The next guys I have on here are Brian Edwards, Donovan Peoples-Jones, KJ Hill. I could see wide receiver here at this pick. I could see tight end. They have, I think it's Jay Sternberger, who was a solid college player, had some, I think, health issues last year. He got hurt. So adding a tight end wouldn't be a horrible idea. I'm actually gonna lock. I'm gonna lock in for my actual pick for them though. Josh Jones, the tackle out of Houston, with a secondary choice of being a wide receiver. Oh, AJ Dillon. AJ Dillon just went to the completely blindsided me there. Sorry, I was trying to read him off. AJ Dillon, I do like this kid. And the only thing as far as value, he'll get drafted absolutely in our league. He will not be a first round pick just because he's going to place you have Aaron Jones. I see him potentially though second, third. Um, I say you start looking at him somewhere in the mid second round, late second round. I think he's gone by early fourth. Um, he's got, like I said, he's got definite value. Um, oh, Tony says he was asleep. Let's see if we can't get him on here now, huh? I do like this pick though for them. It's a smart move. It gives them a nice solid change of pace. So from Aaron Jones, because this kid's going to be a monster. He's a load to bring down, no question. So if one of you guys are watching this, send me. I just want to see how this pops on my phone. If you send me oh, he says he just texted me says he fell asleep. So um, telling him to get on. So right now the Chiefs are on. Or the Chiefs pick is in. Chiefs. Obviously they took the running back yesterday. Sorry, I'm trying to work out this technical stuff right now. So right now we got, let's see where he went to. So Zach Moss is the top running back I have on the board. So Chief-wise, I'm going to say Zach Bond, Wisconsin, defensive or outside linebacker. Sorry, I have to just take this quick message. Oh, so Chiefs pick is in. We're just waiting on the commissioner here. I just got told to wake Tony up. Tony's up because he texted me. So we're trying to give him a call here. I told him to get on. So far I'm not getting much. I do need him though. I need someone to talk to because I'm dying here. You're killing me. Smalls, you're killing me. So I'm guessing Nick might be a Fluffinator. Nick Ritz, are you Fluffinator? So obviously Kansas City went with the big running back yesterday, which for them it's going to be a good move. And again, I see Clyde Edwards Hilaire as potentially the second pick. He doesn't make it past pick 5, or well, let's just say anywhere from 2 to 6. Um, you know, but with the running backs in this draft, it's going to be interesting to see how which route Jimmy wants to go at 2, and which route I want to go at 1. Like I said, I had myself completely locked into Dobbins, but some of the moves that happened today may have changed some of that. Oh, so you're not Fluffinator. um, that's okay. I'm just trying to figure who Fluffinator is now. Because it says I got a message from the Fluffinator here. That was the person that asked about the McDonald's. So we're waiting here on the Chiefs pick. It's awesome that you're watching though, Nick. I appreciate it. Nick Ritz, everyone. If you want to chime in here, I can get you on Skype. But we're going to the pick. Nick Ritz, by the way, 2018 or 2017, 18, and 19 league champion. And we're going to the Chiefs. Willie Gay, the linebacker from Mississippi State. So now we got Seattle is next on the board. Tony's let me know that round 2 is almost over. Hey Tony, why don't you answer my little Skype call here, buddy? Let's get you on because we're just gonna keep this rolling into the 3rd round, I think. The Seahawks have traded to Carolina, so Carolina is on the board. Obviously, I don't know what the trade was for. The Panthers, if they're trading up, what are they trading up for? It's not a running back. It should not be a wide receiver. The pick is in Carolina. This could be actually a tight end spot. Nick said he needed a laugh. I'm happy I'm entertaining. This could be a defensive player, though. I could see Zach Bond. I could see Terrell Lewis of Alabama going here, the outside linebackers. Um, they need a linebacker, so this has got to be a linebacker. Jacob Phillips of LSU could go here. Malik Harrison of Ohio State could go here. Looks like they're going to commercial, so we'll have a little bit of time. Um, all right, Tony says he's on. So and Nick's thinking that they're going quarterback in Carolina. So what do you think, Eason? Calling Tony, by the way. And he didn't answer. Try it again. It says he's on because I'm even looking at it where it says they're available. Oh, are you there? Tony, you there now?
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, you got no video.
Why not?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
All right, everyone, we got him. I just got to get him up here. Let's see.
There we go.
All right, hold on. It's just you and me. There are actually people watching, by the way. Hold on. I got to get you. You're not on the board yet, though, so just 1 second.
Okay. Go through and try and catch back up. I saw the Colts got Jonathan Taylor. And the Ravens got J.K. Dobbins.
Yep.
I was just looking for the running backs at this point.
Let's see, 1 second. You're still not showing up as on here. I don't know why. Come on. Sorry, everyone. I'm having those stupid technical issues now. Blame Tony because he slept in.
Yeah, it's my fault.
All right, hold on. Let me call you back.
Okay.
All right, let me work. Oh, we got the trade. Let me get this up here so I can hear what's going on. There we go. Yeah, he is in the. He's out in the truck. I think I got it figured out though now. Um, right, you should be there, but you're not. All right. Turn your camera on.
It is on.
Why on earth did you disappear? You were there like the box was there. Hold on. I don't understand what's going on. I need the guy in the truck. I need to get the guy in the truck out here. Shoot. There you are. Or you were there. Jeremy Chin. Jeremy Chin. All right. I'll get this figured out, people. I know everyone's excited to see Tony.
Yeah.
Why is this not showing up? The other thing is I don't know. Maybe they can hear you. Talk.
Hello. Hi, everybody. Sorry I slept in. I was tired.
They can actually hear you. They just can't see you.
So we're having the same problem, guy.
All right.
So
Yeah.
it'll
Well.
just be
Well, no. This is different. Like the box should be showing up, and the box isn't. Like when we show with Guy, you were in there, and it still showed. It still showed that Guy was there. I'm not even showing that you're even on here. So I do need the IT truck. Oh, the Bengals are making a pick here. Uh, I'll worry about the technical stuff now. Logan Wilson, inside linebacker from Wyoming. First pick of the third round. So, um, Wyoming. I'd say this is the worst pick they've made so far as Cincinnati. I know I don't know what you know, Tony, but
um
they picked T Higgins.
I like that pick for them. Help
Uh,
out Joe Burrows.
Now let's see this kid Logan Wilson. I had him seventh on my inside linebacker chart. Um, there's still Jacob Phillips, Malik Harrison, Troy Dye. Um, I don't know a lot about this kid, unfortunately. Um, So I'm not going to give it a high grade, but like I said, I'm not going to knock it because I don't know a lot about the kid.
Yeah,
Um,
going this late in the draft, I'm not going to know a lot of these guys. So, but again, at linebacker, I mean, you can draft one late and they can pan out and be a superstar.
well, yeah,
So,
Washington's on the clock right now. This is their
yep.
pick. These picks are like super like bing bing boom. Um, but as far as the last kid, Logan Wilson, look, if he starts and plays a lot in Cincinnati, definitely will have fantasy value in our league because of the position he plays inside linebacker. Because obviously inside linebackers specifically do get a lot of points in our league. Oh, here we go. Next pick is in. Antonio Gibson, the running back from, or wide receiver. That's a running back. Antonio Gibson, receiver. Sorry, people. I'm trying to do like three different things here. I guess he can play running back.
Oh, this is one of the guys that I kind of looked for. He split time at Memphis between
Hmm.
running back and receiver.
See, I thought I originally saw him as a running back as well. I didn't have him on my top 10 board. So now we got the Lions on the clock. As far as Antonio Gibson going to Washington, um, I don't know his value. I think it's probably a later in our draft if he goes. Um, he's not going to be obviously a main weapon there.
No,
He's more of an eccentric piece. But we got Detroit on the clock here. I think they got to go defense, and I like Zach Bond.
yeah, linebacker.
Um, but I think they so far Detroit's done very well. They picked up DeAndre Swift was a surprise to me.
They got Swift.
Yeah,
Oh, that's who else I was looking at or looking through the draft thing or the tracker because I missed the entire second round.
yep. He went. Was he the third or fourth? He was the third pick of the second round. So it was. I was surprised. I really was, just because they have Kerryon Johnson, but Kerryon Johnson's health actually could also.
That's what I was just gonna say. I like that pick because I was hoping the Lions would get one of the three running backs. Um, because on Johnson is always hurt.
So next up we got. Sorry, you're not on this picture. So next up we have is Detroit still. Duh. So I think I'm gonna go defense. As far as on my personal board, um, there's still two big quarterbacks out there. Hurts went to Philadelphia, by the way, if you didn't see that.
Yep, I did see that.
Akers went to the Rams. Um, AJ Dillon just went to Green Bay. Um, Almost my entire receiver, and I had 14 guys on my receiver pool. Almost all of them are gone, except for three. Darn it, Tony! I'm trying to get you on here.
Oh, the Bears got their tight end. They got Cole Clement.
Yep, yep. But that's the only tight end that's gone so far.
So you being a J.K. Dobbins fan, do you like him where he ended up?
It's making me reconsider number one overall. Um,
I thought you'd say that.
but that doesn't mean I wouldn't take him at three. All I'm saying is it's made me reconsider taking him number one overall. Because I don't know, like, and a lot of it is if I don't take him number one, I don't think he goes number two.
Yeah. Out of the big three, um, I honestly think Swift went into the best situation. Um, Taylor went to the Colts, which they have Mack, which was 1,000-yard rusher last year.
Mm-hmm.
So they have a good running back there. The Ravens have Ingram. So, I mean, all three of these guys are going to play. But Swift going to the Lions, where Kerryon Johnson, I think Swift is going to be the every down back, and Kerryon Johnson's going to be the one coming in for, you know, a break for Swift, basically.
Hold on, Tony. Keep talking.
Okay.
Keep talking. I got Elliot in here. Hold on.
Um, just some highlights, my opinions, from the second round. Uh, Colts also got a receiver to help out Phillip Rivers, which I like that because T.Y. Hilton, um, this is it's contract year, so it's very possible that he won't be there next year. And Pittman can fly. He didn't have a very good 40 time, but like I said last night, I don't take too much stock in 40 times at the combine. Lions just picked a linebacker from Notre Dame, Julian Aquamar. Well, I can't say names. I'm just like Eric. Jets are on the clock. Ha! Hey, guy, if you're watching, Ezra Cleveland finally went. And I'm not really liking Green Bay right now because
I'm back. I'm back.
I, s- I, I see they just drafted AJ Dillon. He's one of the running backs that I had late, but when they have Jones there, I don't see AJ Dillon. AJ Dillon's going to come in situational backs. He's very powerful,
Hmm.
big dude.
Austin
Um,
Davis, safety to California. Who did the Lions get, by the way? Washington?
linebacker. Forgot his name already.
Vaughn?
No,
Wisconsin? Okay. Where?
just a minute.
So the Seahawks must have made a trade with Carolina? Oh, you know what? They did a trade earlier, so this has probably been part of it. Any word on or who they got yet?
I'm gonna have to reload this. Come on. Linebacker from Notre Dame, Julian Aquarar. Aquarar. I don't know how to pronounce it. Have no idea.
Okay, so we got Seattle here. So what? They went linebacker in the first round. Last round they went. Oh, that's right. They traded. They traded out. Oh no, they got Dale Taylor, the defensive end from Tennessee, and then this was part of a deal they had. So I'm gonna say, um, this could be an offensive line spot, or could this could be another defensive player. Oh, Damian Lewis, guard. Guard at LSU. Seattle. Lewis, guard at LSU. Not a bad pick. I mean, I don't have any knocks on it at all.
No, I don't either.
It helps. Obviously, this is good for um, protecting Wilson and hopefully the running backs getting in there.
You mean Darnold? Oh, never mind.
No,
I was,
we're on
yeah.
Seattle.
Yep.
Now Miami should be on the clock. Let's see. I'm gonna try to call you back. Hold on. I'm gonna see
Okay.
if I can't get the stupid thing figured out. Maybe if I can
Well, I got a text that said seeing and hearing
Oh.
in the group text.
Hmm. I see you. I heard you at one time. I checked. Let me just try this again. Hold on.
Okay. Hello?
All right. Yeah, you're here. I'm not sure if you're visible. On my screen, it shows you're not visible, but that doesn't mean you're not. Weird. I don't know why I can't see you.
I don't know either.
So unfortunate. But if someone's saying they can see you, I mean, that's a good thing, I guess. Who said that you could see you?
I don't know. I don't have that number saved. I thought I got everybody's number saved in my phone, but
Because
somebody.
I know Nick was watching it, and I know Jimmy was watching it, and then there's someone else watching it, Fluffinator. I don't know who Fluffinator is. They want to know I had food in here. They want to know what I was eating.
Are you eating pulled pork?
No,
Okay.
that was earlier. No, Alex. When Amy brought Alex, she brought me McDonald's.
Nice.
Yeah.
Such a good wife.
Well, actually, that's my daughter.
Oh.
Amy just picked her up, so I didn't have to go get her.
Oh, I thought Amy brought it. But such a good daughter. She loves you.
Oh, I am very, very blessed, and Elliot too. I'm just
My
not.
kids would never bring me food. They would say, "Dad, go get us food."
I'm just for whatever reason apparently not blessed in the technology department.
Oh, that's one thing I wanted to do.
So Miami's on the clock. We gotta get back to this. Maybe I need to
Yeah.
stop. I just need to stop worrying about the stupid kid. So they still need a running back. So at this point, we got
Zach Moss is still there.
Zach Moss. I like LaMichael Perrine from Florida. Um, I think those are the 1-2s. After that, there's a Keyshawn Vaughn from Vanderbilt, Anthony McFarland from Maryland, um, Joshua Kelly from LSU. But it's got to be either. See, with Perrine, at least you're getting a Florida guy, so they can
Yeah.
keep it in state. Says the pick is in, so I'm gonna go Perrine. I think you're going Moss from.
Yeah.
Oh, they're talking to your quarterback right now.
Oh, Herbert.
Hmm.
Mm. At least they didn't get Tua. I did not want Tua on the Chargers. I think I made that clear last night.
Well, when I started this off, I went through a. So I've decided to kind of um, giving it a chance.
You're gonna give it a chance with Tua.
Yep.
That's how I kind of felt if the Chargers got Tua.
So the pick is in. Oh, it's not. They're still shooting. Sorry. I don't know. It's like also now I was like excited to get someone. Now I'm so focused on getting you on the screen here. Unless I just figure it out. Hold on. So you can't see me, right?
No. And now I see me on a bigger scale.
I'm trying to play with this thing.
Oh, you just screen shared with me. That's why.
Oh, that doesn't work. Sorry, everyone. This is kind of dying quickly here. So I must have.
Safety Brandon Jones.
Okay. That's what I said. I completely missed the pick. Jones. Baltimore's on the clock. Brandon Jones, safety. I know I had on my list. Texas. Um, I had him as my um, number 7 safety. Um, I don't think he plays right away, so he has very, very small value on our list as far as
Yep.
fantasy. But he will eventually probably play. Although my wife would just criticize me right now for what I just said. Eventually, probably. So Baltimore is on the clock. So Baltimore here, what do they take? So they've gone. They took Queen the first day, and then then this must be part of a trade. There was a trade earlier where the Patriots traded up, so this must have been what completed that trade.
And then they got your boy J.K.
Oh yeah,
Dobbins.
that's right. So his selection.
He's like, oh yeah, that's right.
Oh geez, I'm all over the place right now. I'm just all mad at the stupid TV, my computer. Why I can't get you on the screen. Oh, so they went to commercial. So let's see what we got here. Um, like I said earlier, before you got this is way before you got on. This is a team that actually has options as far as what they want to go. They don't really have necessarily a hole that they have to fill. They can kind of, I mean, other than maybe the guard spot. So this might be a guard spot. So there's Ben Breedson of Michigan is the top guy on my board. There's
They went a defensive tackle from Texas A&M.
They haven't even announced it yet. Did it just pop on your screen or something?
Yeah,
Who'd they take?
Justin Matabuke, defensive tackle from Texas A&M.
Yeah, he's actually the third defensive tackle on my board. Huh, that's weird. I wonder why yours showed it. Mine's at commercial.
Huh.
So that means Arizona would be on the board. Fancy value, not much because he's a defensive tackle.
Right.
Um, Unfortunately, they don't transcend well. Some do. Oh, Dennis is actually the one that said that he can see you.
Oh, okay.
I just don't know why I can't.
One of the guys I didn't trade with, so I don't have his number saved on my phone.
Oh, I'll get it to you though.
Oh, I have it.
Oh, okay.
I can just get on the contact list.
He's got some players you might want. He's
I
got.
don't have anybody else to trade.
Oh, that's true. Well, at this point, you might as well trade Gurley back to Ritz.
Yeah, why not? No. Yeah, because I'm right back to where I started.
I know that
Yippee.
I got an offer today. I got an offer for three, and I know there's multiple offers are going out to number two after that pick that happened yesterday.
Yeah.
But I don't think Jimmy's moving.
I don't think Jimmy's moving to. Jimmy's a Lions fan. He can get Swift. He's going to get Swift.
Right, but then he can. You're right. He can get Swift, and he can still get what do you call it? At he could if he can get whoever he wants at 4.
Josh Jones goes to Arizona, offensive tackle out of Houston.
Oh, tackle. So now you know what? It looks like now they're not gonna bring it to the commissioner. They're just gonna. So Josh Jones was the highest tackle I had still left. This is a good move for them because obviously you need to protect. Um, what's his face? Kyler Murray.
Yeah.
Let's see. I'm just trying to make sure I'm all caught up here. Jets. So the Jaguars, their pick is in. Let's see. What do they go? Where do they go? I think they got to go defense. Um, I'm gonna say Zach Bond goes here, or Terrell Lewis from Alabama, outside linebackers, or you go inside linebacker with Jacob Phillips from LSU or Malik Harrison, maybe of Ohio State.
Well, they've already got they drafted an offensive tackle and a linebacker already.
For a second, I thought I had it figured out. Right now they're just showing the number 71 pick here, Justin made a Mook.
Yeah.
So again, I like defense here. I don't. I mean, the only thing I could see them possibly considering is that I could see Moss or Perrine going here, and that's only if they're considering getting a second running back in there for Fournette, with also the possibility of down the road trading him.
Right.
Um, but at this point, I don't know if he goes. I think he might still stay there, but who knows?
What, Fournette or
Yeah,
Moss?
Fournette.
Yeah, I don't really see them getting what they want for Fournette.
No, because people look at how much baggage he's got. The
Yep.
problem is he's a phenomenal player, but he's got all this, like, he's gotten suspended for a game for getting in a fight, and I mean he has obviously does have some injury issues. Um, what else could they do here? They could go Jordan Elliott from Missouri, the defensive tackle. Um, but yeah, I think defense has got to be the pick here. So now it kind of sucks 'cause I don't know if like earlier, like yeah, I had this like clear like how they would pop the pick up, like they went to the certain screen, and then Goodell would come up. But the last couple,
Yep.
they just kind of magically showed him.
Yeah. So far the Jags have drafted C.J. Henderson, um, Cave,
Cause or Kason from
yeah, Kason,
the outside linebacker, I believe.
yeah,
And then
Chanot, the wide receiver from Colorado, which had
yes,
I think he was the one with a core muscle injury, so that he had to have surgery on it in the off season. That's why he didn't work out in the combine.
hmm
I think that's the right one. So that's what they've drafted so far.
bless you.
Excuse me. Oh.
Oh, so Tony had to walk away. So we're still waiting for the Jaguars pick to actually get announced. So they're showing some homes here. Right now we're showing the office of Coach Doug Marrone and Dave Caldwell, general manager of Jacksonville.
Okay, I'm back.
And you're back. You okay there?
Yeah, yeah. Could they possibly take a quarterback? I'm just seeing Easton on my screen, so
What, Jacksonville? If they were going to take a quarterback, I think they would have taken one of the big ones yesterday. I really do. I mean, I'm not saying they wouldn't.
but with their team needs, um, I like what they've drafted so far.
Oh yeah, I think they've absolutely nailed this draft.
So if they can possibly draft, Easton or Fromm, who can compete with Mishu.
Yeah, both those quarterbacks got to go in this round. Um, I would probably say Eason over Fromm because Eason has a better arm.
Yeah, yeah. I've made my opinion very clear on Fromm. I don't think he's going to pan out very well in the NFL. If he is a starter, he's going to be a short-term starter.
Um, I disagree. I think he can be a solid quarterback that, no, is he going to lead the league in passing? Probably not. But could he be someone in there that helps you win? I think so. I mean,
But
he's been a
like,
winner. He's been a winner since he's been in college.
I mean,
I mean, he walked in as a freshman and, oh, here we go. The pick is in. And now maybe they're going to the Goodell? They are. No, now he's sitting. Devon Hamilton, defensive tackle out of Ohio State, the Ohio State University.
the Ohio State University.
Solid player. Um,
You would know more about this guy than me.
um, what they're doing is clearly they're taking their, oh, there's a trade. Browns is traded. They're picked to someone here. Oh, the Saints. The Saints are on the clock. Um, Devon Hamilton has zero. I mean, not zero, but he's not gonna have. He's not gonna probably be on a team in our league, unless obviously he starts playing really well in the pros. But he can be a solid inside rusher. With him, obviously, Malik Harrison got some good plays, and he was a benefit though, obviously, of Chase Young eating a lot of double teams too.
Yeah.
But no, he can get to the quarterback. But yeah, they have so many defensive holes in Jacksonville that they have to replace about everything.
My prediction on this Saints pick, it's going to be one of the quarterbacks. Sit behind
That
Breeze.
that I actually would give you. I'll give you that.
I really think that's where they're
Here
going to
we go.
go
Here we go. Here
here.
we go. Zach Bond, outside linebacker, solid pick.
Yes, I actually had him pretty high up there for linebackers.
Hmm.
And the fact that he slipped to the third round, it's a good pick for the Saints.
Oh,
Very good
absolutely.
pick for the Saints.
See, I had him on my board. He was number 3 behind Kason, and obviously Isaiah Simmons.
Because the Saints has only picked one guy in this draft,
Right,
and that was Cesar Ruiz from Michigan.
right. No, they're going Big Ten this draft. The Lions are on the clock. They just did a trade with the Indianapolis Colts. So Detroit is up. Oh, geez, what could this be? What could this be? Could this be a quarterback?
It yes,
Could this be
yeah,
the
yeah. Why not?
could this be the successor
That man.
to Stafford?
Oh, oh, I was still showing uh Indiana
No,
picking.
the Colts just
Yeah,
traded to
it
Detroit.
it just came up on my screen. So yeah, it very well could be.
Otherwise, I would say they go. I'd say there's better players in the safeties that are left, so I wouldn't say safety here. I definitely don't think corner. Um, I'm gonna go offensive line here, but it'd be intriguing to see if it was a quarterback. Because usually when someone trades up, it's because they're afraid of there's someone that fell that they didn't think was gonna fall,
Yep.
and there's someone that could possibly um, take who they want, and Tampa's the next pick. I could see this being a lineman,
Yeah,
and I'm gonna go with the Michigan guy, Bredeson.
but Tampa could be looking at a quarterback too. So maybe the Lions traded up and wants that quarterback, that backup quarterback for Stafford.
I think Tampa goes running back with their next pick. I do. I mean, they haven't addressed it yet. You know,
Nope.
Isn't going to, Ronald Jones isn't going to be like a three down back that you're going to rely on. Oh, so it is a guard though. Jonah Jackson from Ohio State.
Oh, look at these Ohio State guys.
Last time I
Can't
heard, it's they're solid.
can't knock the pick at all.
No, he was.
That's a hole the Lions have had for years. And with Swift being there, they need to get a solid offensive line.
Yeah, and obviously Jonah Jackson blocked for um, Dobbins.
Dobbins.
And he was their best offensive lineman last year. Let's see, we got the Tampa Bay pick supposedly is in. Detroit. On my personal board, I had Jackson fifth as far as available guards. Um, Tampa. I think this could be a guard also, and that's kind of why I said I'm like I think they're looking for someone to protect because I could see Tampa considering to get a guard, but I think it's a running back. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna say Zach Moss right here.
Yeah, I wouldn't have any um issues with that.
Which Zach Moss obviously in our league would have value.
Yes.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. They took the Keyshawn Vaughn, the running back from Vanderbilt. So they did go running back.
I like this guy. Um he's one of the guys I was looking at for a late first round running back. But I like Moss better.
Yeah. Um, I think fantasy value. Well, you just said late first. He would definitely be there in the late first.
Yes.
I don't
Yes.
think he makes it past three, the third round. I mean, not three. Yeah, I'm picking this guy third overall. Um, I don't
But
think he. I think somewhere in by the third round, early third round, he should be gone. If
right.
not, more likely the second round. And it's just because obviously in our league, running backs are so valued. Now he's going to get carries for sure because, like I just said earlier, Ronald Jones isn't going to get a bulk amount of carries
Right. It's
unless Ronald Jones performs like he did the end of last year, where he did have, I believe, a few 100-yard games. Um, but no,
but this gives them a nice 1-2 punch with
yeah.
Jones and Vaughn.
So now Denver is on the clock, and let's see.
See what Denver's picked so far.
Well, they went receiver because they got Judy, and then they went in the second round. They went KJ Hamler.
From
So
Penn State. So they've
yep.
gone two receivers.
So I'm saying they got to go offensive line for sure.
Yeah.
Um, I'm gonna go Matt Parrott of UConn or Tyree Phillips of Mississippi State. They're the next two available on my personal board um, for tackles. But like I said, there's a lot of inside. There's a lot of the inside interior offensive linemen. Another player position they see if corner wasn't so depleted. Right now I got Troy Pride from Notre Dame as the number one corner because they still haven't really replaced corner yet. say, I think we talked yesterday about your pulled pork, if I remember. I think that came up. Just to remind everyone, the pulled pork will be here in August.
Oh, yeah.
It was being sampled out today
Yeah.
or yesterday.
Yeah.
I don't think we need 60 pounds for the draft.
No, that was a lot. That's the most I've ever done is 60 pounds. I mean, my smoker was completely jam packed. That's why I need to get a bigger one.
Did you hear that, everyone?
Yes.
Start a GoFundMe for Tony's new smoker.
Yes.
You'll reap the benefits. Oh, these commercials. Um, I will tell everyone right now, I will not be doing this one tomorrow. Um, originally,
Yeah.
I had thought about just doing the second round, and then cutting it when the third started. But for right now, I'll keep it going a little bit. There's still some. So let's see. Let's go through who's available. Um, so two guys I could see still going in this round. I could see Easton, the quarterback, going. I could see Fromm, the quarterback, going in this round.
Zach Moss.
Yep. We got Zach Moss and LaMichael Perrine. I could see still going.
Yep.
Wide receiver wise, we got Brian Edwards, Donovan Peoples Jones, and KJ Hill.
Yep.
Tight ends, every tight end but one is available. So I think you'll see possibly a couple tight ends going here. Offensive tackle's pretty depleted. Offensive guard and center are almost fully available. Defensive ends, there's still some pretty good ones out there.
Did you say Thaddeus Moss?
Oh, he's still every tight end except for um, Cole Komet or Cole Kemet.
Okay.
He's the only one gone. Um, Linebacker, there's still some decent inside linebackers. Malik Harrison, Troy Dye, Jacob Phillips. Outside linebacker, the big name is going to be Terrell Lewis of Alabama. Or there's also Curtis Weaver of Boise. And the pick is in. Okay, so they went corner. Someone that's not on my board, but Michael Ojamadia.
You're just as bad with names as I am, so don't feel bad.
Well, they were picking on Goodell, actually. I saw it today. Oh, Dennis, Iowa kid, just got drafted. Um, but no, I guess the commissioner was kind of slaughtering some names himself yesterday. So now Atlanta is on the clock. See, now you also start getting where sometimes teams aren't necessarily picking what they need. So the
Yeah.
pick is in. Um, honestly, this is another spot. I could see quarterback only because, you know, and this might be a Fromm spot. You got Georgia quarterback in Atlanta.
Yep.
You don't really have a successor to Matt Ryan yet.
Yep.
So this could be a good spot for him, or this could be Eason. This could also be Zach Moss because obviously Gurley's there, more or less on a 1 year deal.
Yep. He's there on a
Um,
1 year deal.
but also you want someone to hopefully take some pressure off him. Like so he doesn't have to necessarily be a 3 down back. He could be a
Yeah,
two.
because they let Freeman go. They have Ito Smith, but I don't see him doing much.
I mean, he's not like a big play running back or anything, but he was reliable. He'd get positive yards when he went in, but I think it.
Because they've drafted AJ Terrell, uh, Marlon Davidson, a corner and an edge rusher.
Yeah, so and they do need to go defense. They need to, but I'm gonna go from actually. I'm gonna go on a limb here and say they go quarterback. Oh, they're showing a doctor right now talking, which is funny. Old school or the last few years, I think this is the round where they start having former players would come up and announce the picks. So they haven't been doing that, obviously. So did you get enough beauty sleep?
Yeah, I even set an alarm. I must have rolled over and hit the alarm and said, oh, I'm going back to bed. And I was really looking forward to the second round,
Well, the
too.
pick is in. They went center, Matt Hennessy. Let's see. Where did I have him on my center board? I had him fourth actually on my center board.
Yeah, I didn't go this far because I didn't think we'd be doing this until the third round. So I'm not really prepared for the third
No,
round.
that's okay.
6'4", 307.
I'm trying to think if they just. Oh, they got Matt, don't they? Can you pull up the Falcons roster?
Oh yeah, just a minute.
What you got?
I don't know why my computer is moving snail speed. It must be the internet for whatever reason.
Just when I think I got it figured out, I don't. So the Jets are on the clock. I got you.
You got me?
I got you. Woohoo! Now everyone can see your beautiful face.
Oh God, I didn't like that.
I don't know what I just did, but I gotta start like trying to sit down and like really do a tutorial on this thing or something. If I get the bugs figured out. So I know we talked about you getting a new camera, so your picture's a lot clearer, and that orange line isn't there. Is that any word that thing's been sent out yet?
No, I've got nothing on that. But it is on order. I'm getting it for free, like I said last night, because I ordered it. It was on back order. It said that there was an estimated shipping date, and it was 8 days past that, so I get it for free. So I'm not going to complain.
No. I wonder
It
if
could be here next month. I get it for free.
I wonder if the Falcons drafted Matt Hennessy because of his name. As the owner, is that like his favorite drink?
Yeah.
Um, I'm thirsty now.
Mountain Dew.
No, there's no Hennessy. Yeah, here we got all kinds. I said this thing's got more product placement than I earlier had McDonald's. You got Mountain Dew. I gave Arnold Palmer. Um, what else? I know. Sometimes they can see it if I turn to the side. They see the brand of headphone I got.
Logitech.
HyperX. Oh, Falcons. So they must have. Oh, duh. It's the Jet. But for some reason they got the thing showing up wrong. So who'd they just pick? I guess I missed it.
What?
They got like their clock ticker thing is all screwed up here. Okay. So defensive end. Let me see if I had. I'm not sure if I don't remember this name.
Yeah, I don't know this guy.
Well, like I said, I when I did this original thing, I only put 10 up here. Um, I'm totally confused right now. Like, so is this guy a Jet or is this guy a Falcon?
That guy's a Jet.
All right, because they have like the board here is all screwed up for. Okay, they just finally kicked away from it. They must have figured it out. They're having technical issues, just like I am. So there, if the NFL has technical issues, then I should be given a pass. They're
The Falcons picked Hennessy,
I know, but
and then the
but then well
Jets.
then it showed for a second. It looked like it was they had it stuck on. So the Raiders are up for the next two. They had it stuck on the Falcons thing. It kept saying it was still the
Oh,
Falcons
okay.
pick. So they got the so here we go. So this okay. So this could potentially be a quarterback spot at one of these
I don't
two.
I I don't see them taking a quarterback here.
They shouldn't take a running back. I mean, they won't.
No.
But okay, two best players overall.
It says guard John Simmons from Clemson and Jordan Elliott, defensive tackle out of Missouri, are the top two.
Well, that's on whoever did yours.
Well, this is on NFL.
I know, but it
This
all
is
depends.
sleeper grades.
They got about 5 or 6 people that do them, and
Right.
if you look L 5 or 6, oh here we go, pick is in. I don't know if they're gonna do them back to back or if they'll do one at a time. Okay, so it's so weird. Like he calls it a running back, but then they show it as a wide receiver. So Lynn Bowden, Kentucky wide receiver. Um, but I don't know. They said the kid can play corner too or something.
Huh.
Don't know anything about this one.
I don't either.
Sorry, folks. I'm not up with Kentucky apparently football. Right now, yeah, they just the second ago they just had the guy in like the Wildcat, and here it looks like he was a returner. They're showing video of him. The Raiders' next pick is in, by the way. Yeah, I'm sorry I don't have uh, Lynn Bowden. I'm not gonna really give him if he goes in our thing. I think he'll be a free agent, available free agent in our league.
So do
I
I.
don't see much pickup value here unless someone says I like Lynn Bowden and I'm gonna, I guess he could go late. So right now it's showing Jordan Elliott and Neville Gallimore, both defensive tackles, as the top two available, and then they go quarterbacks. I'm just looking at Todd McShay's board here.
Oh, okay.
Then Zach Moss is 5. So with the Raiders here again, I could see them taking a quarterback, and the reason I say that is them trading away Carr isn't out of the realm of possibility,
Right.
and
I agree with
and
that.
just letting Mariota go with it, and then picking up a young quarterback. Either I think they would go Eason before they'd go Fromm,
Yeah, I do too.
but I think Fromm might be a little more intelligent, so he might be able to pick up Gruden's offense a little bit better. So running back wise, we got Zach Moss is still available. He's the top running back, obviously. LaMichael Perine, Joshua Kelly, Anthony McFarland, who's actually Booger's um, son.
Yep. Um, Evans out of Appalachian State. He's still available.
Yep. Actually, I have him 12th on my board overall. And then receiver wise, obviously number one, I got Brian Edwards of South Carolina, Donovan Peoples Jones, Michigan, KJ Hill, Ohio State. There's also Austin Mack, another Ohio State guy. Um, I really want to see Moss get drafted, like in this round. Like, I just want to see where he goes.
Yeah, so do I.
Um,
Because when the whole draft thing started, Moss was rated pretty high.
yeah, and he's kind of
Like
moved
he,
down board. The problem is he's not like the most fluid route runner, so they look at him as like more of a raw talent than someone that can. Oh, we got to trade, or do we? No, I must have totally missed. They just haven't announced it. Have they announced the Raiders pick?
Brian Edwards, receiver from Southern Carolina.
Yep, and I just said his name.
That makes three receivers out of the four picks the Raiders have taken.
Well, I can tell you this. This one I like.
Yes, this guy was high up for the later rounds. And
Um,
fantasy value, I could see him probably going late second, early third.
He could slip fourth, fifth. It all
Yeah,
depends
he
on.
could.
It all depends on how these guys get slated on a depth chart.
Yeah,
Um,
I'm not familiar. Well, we know they have Ruggs. Who else do they have at receiver
well,
in
they
Vegas?
signed Nelson. Um, I know I'm saying it wrong. That's not Aguilar, but it's. Anyways, he played with Philadelphia. Aguilar. I want to say Aguilar is his name. Um, who else they got? They got Hunter Renfro, who was a rookie last year from Clemson, but he's more of like a how to define him. I hate always because he's white. I hate saying Wes Welker or that kind of.
Julian Edelman.
Yeah, I hate saying it that way, but he's not. He's someone that he'll catch. If you throw it to him, he's gonna catch it. But he's not gonna like blow someone away. He's not like someone that you're gonna launch down the field, throw it up for a 50-50 ball, and he's gonna come down with it like Kelvin Johnson. Yeah, that's a better way of putting it. Um, but Brian Edwards, I mean, I had him 12th overall at one point because I remember redoing this. Neville Gilmore or Gallimore just went to Dallas, defensive tackle, and I know he was one of the higher up guys I had on my defensive tackle list. Let's see, where is
Oh, from Oklahoma.
he? Yeah, um, yeah, I had him fourth.
Again, fantasy value, defensive tackle.
Um, but sometimes if they eat up, the thing is, if the defensive tackles can eat up blocks, that helps linebackers big time.
Yes.
Um, so we got who's on the clock. Denver is on the clock and says their pick is in. But back to Edwards. At one point, I remember seeing him um, higher up. Like he was closer to the 6-7 range at one point, and he kind of fell.
Yeah. He fell down.
Not physically. He didn't physically fall. He's not, a klutz or anything. He fell on the depth chart or
Yeah.
on the draft
Whatever.
boards. So here we got the Broncos. I want to say they're going to have to go offensive line. I mean, they don't need to pick another receiver. So let's go Matt Parrott of UConn. Either that or they go one of the inside guys.
Yeah.
But I think they need to go offensive line. And then the Rams are right after this. Tell you this, we call it the Cowboys are hitting the Oklahoma pool here.
Yeah.
CeeDee Lamb and oh, by the way, that the thing that Jerry Jones was on, it's a boat.
It's his yacht.
Yeah, they were calling it a spaceship.
I know.
So Jerry, if you're watching this, I know I can. I think I speak for Tony. We'd love to come on your yacht.
I don't want to be anywhere close to Jerry Jones.
You wouldn't want to go on the yacht?
Nope.
Not all. Not if he gave you all the Mountain Dew in the world.
Well, that might. Yeah. Yeah, I might do that.
Put you on the payroll. I always went to commercial. So let's see. We got Denver here, and then the Rams, followed by what I'm guessing it won't be Detroit anymore. Or no, I guess because Detroit had made a trade. So what was that trade with? Who did they trade with to move back up?
Oh, when they drafted, who did they? The last pick they traded with Tampa, was it?
Did they trade one away? Oh, so this might be actually the Detroit pick might actually be Indianapolis.
Oh, it was Indy. That's right.
Yep. So that, but it shows as of right now, like I said in my thing, but I don't have actually in front of me as these trade things happen, so I don't have those sheets.
So
So it's Denver, the Rams, and I'm showing Detroit, but that could be Indianapolis. We'll know in a second when they go back because on the screen they actually have, I think, the top three.
so the Lynn Bowden, that receiver, that Vegas, it says on uh, NFL.com that he's a quarterback wide receiver hybrid.
I thought I even said they said something like he played corner too or something.
So is he like a
Taysom Hill?
yes?
I don't know. I don't. I mean, maybe they like the versatility that they can do with him.
Yeah.
Let's see what else we got on the board. So we got how many picks total are left?
We're at 83.
We got 24 to go. In these 24 picks, I am going to predict without even looking at teams. I'm going to say Easton and Fromm go. There's two. I'm going to say Moss goes. I'm going to say Perrine goes. Um, I'm going to say at least one more receiver goes. There's five.
What receivers are left? Did
Donovan Peoples-Jones, KJ Hill. Let's see. Defense, there's quite a bit of decent defensive players, especially the linebackers. Tons of linebackers.
Tyler Johnson is still out there
Oh, yep, that's right.
from Minnesota?
Yep, and that's another kid I like. So this is Denver. Looks like they took Lloyd Cushenberry, a center from LSU.
Like you said, offensive lineman, one of the interior guys.
Yep. And I had him as my number 3 um, center. Um, Obviously, they're they're putting everything into offensive line to obviously help Drew Lock become the best quarterback he can be.
Yep.
Right now, they're showing the Cushionberry family here. They're excited. Yeah, they're showing the shot of the quarterbacks available. So right now we got the Rams. Not that the Rams are going to take a quarterback, but it says their pick is in. What do we go here? I'm going to say either offensive line. I'm going to say offensive line or edge rusher here for the Rams.
Yeah, because they've gone skill position for the last two. They've got Van Jefferson out of Florida in the both second rounds, and then Cam Akers to replace Gurley. So yeah, I could see them going defense here. They've lost a lot of pieces to that defense they had a couple years back.
Right now they're showing Easton and Fromm's families here. They don't look too happy. Actually, the especially the Easton family does not look happy at all. The what do you call it family looked a little more laid back. The Fromm family. Sean McVay's talking to someone, but he's not like talking like he doesn't look all happy. Oh, here the pick is in. Terrell Lewis, great pick. He was the top rated linebacker I had left on my board out of Alabama. Um, I'm gonna say overall, I think they're hitting their draft
I
in the Rams.
yes,
Martin
I
Garcia is gonna be a happy man.
yes.
Martin, shout out to you. We miss you, buddy. We want you back.
I'm gonna see his opinion right now.
Tell him I just gave him a shout out. So up we got the Colts are on the it says their pick is in actually. Um, the Colts they've been putting everything into offense. So
Yes, they have, and I see them continuing to try and surround
I'm gonna go on this
I quarterback. I
quarterback.
really, I think so.
Uh,
I think they want to get a guy this year with Rivers only being signed for
I'm going tight end.
Moss.
I don't know if it's. See, I don't know. They want someone ready right now. They don't want someone they got to work on. That's the thing. I don't
Yeah.
know. Look. I love
See.
Thaddeus Moss, and like I said, I really want him to be on a team and see what he's going to do at the pro level. But he needs to almost go to a place where they can. Because I see him getting moved out at wide receiver from time to time, not just playing.
Yeah.
I mean, not that the Colts will be a bad place for him. I don't know why he's so low on so many boards, but no, Terrell Lewis here. They're showing him. I think the Rams got an absolute steal there. Oh, the Colts pick is in, and they select. This one we're not going to the commissioner round, apparently. Apparently, third round we select when we go there. Julian Blackman, safety from Utah. And I had him as my number 8 safety.
He's second left on the boarding grades on NFL.
Um, Actually, he would have been the highest on my board, actually, that was still left.
Yeah, he was second.
Um, so now we got the Buffalo Bills. What are they thinking? What is Buffalo thinking? Let's see. Buffalo's picked so far. They got AJ Empineza, which I thought was a phenomenal pickup. Um, that's the only pick they've had. So I think this could be a good spot for an offensive lineman.
Yeah,
The
I
only
was
other,
gonna say tight end, but they have
well, no, they got Knox.
Dawson Knox.
Um, Zach Moss.
That would be a nice combination. Him with Singletary.
Because they need the Singletary isn't going to be your like every down. Um,
Right, right.
so I'm saying Zach Moss right here, and then we got New England. So New England's next, so that could be a quarterback spot. I think the overall the Rams for not having a first round pick are absolutely nailing this draft.
Yes, yes.
The one I'd say, the Von Jefferson is probably the one I would. I don't know a lot about the kid. I know Cam Akers, and I'm not saying Cam Akers is the next Todd Gurley by any long shot, but I see, Cam Akers having a very solid career. I think he potentially could be the starter there. I know they're hoping they want to push Henderson.
Yeah, I think it's good. I think it's going to be a little bit of both. And whatever one's having the better game, that's who's going to get more touches.
All right, pick is in. I think this one they're going to Goodell on. I wonder what makes him. I'd love to know what makes him decide. Zach Moss.
Nice, nice prediction there.
Um, I actually could say for someone that just got drafted in the mid to later, well, not really late, so mid third round, this actually could be a potential late first round pick in our draft. If not, if
Yeah,
he doesn't make out of the second round,
yeah.
because this kid's going to get touches in the NFL, and you know, I mean, between him and Singletary, it's going to be a 1-2 duo. You know, I mean, if he gets even 800 yards, he's not going to be someone's guy as far as we're penciling him in every week as our fantasy running back, but he's going to be someone on a bye week, or
Yep.
if your running back gets hurt, or if like let's say you're a team that's strong at wide receiver, you put him in there, he could be your flex player.
Or a team like me that traded away all his running backs,
Right.
so
So you
except for one.
so you go ahead, you draft him. Let's say you draft him in the bottom of the first or in the second round, whatever, and then in 2021 you trade him to Ritz. Um,
It, there's a trade offer for next year, Ritz.
First over or
Hey, you're
for
welcome for Cousins and Thielen again.
yeah, for Nick's first, yeah, you draft Moss and then offer him for his 2021 first round pick.
So the Cousins Thielen, I'm going to get Moss, and then I'm going to trade Moss to you with the 16th pick that you traded back to me.
So he's got this way he's got the duo of backs in Buffalo. All right, here we
There
are.
you
Here
go.
we are, quarterback. Our quarterback. Here we are, New England. I'm saying quarterback, and I'm gonna go with Jake Fromm.
I don't think it's going to be from. I think Belichick like Easton fits more of Belichick's system than from.
Watch, it's gonna be James Morgan, Shea Patterson. You know how much he would get ridiculed if they brought in Shea Patterson.
Yeah.
Okay, so we lose Tom Brady, Michigan quarterback. So we have to go get another Michigan quarterback. It's so funny. They're showing right now their key departures, and it's like a ton of freaking players that uh, left the Patriots.
Yeah, just a
All right, so we
bunch of
got.
them.
Oh, so Cleveland is actually going to have the next pick because that was part of a trade earlier. Because it was
Oh, the
supposed
88th.
because it
Okay.
was supposed to be New England or New Orleans, but it's now Cleveland.
Okay.
So here we go. They're going to the commissioner. It looks like on this one.
Of course, it's a Patriots pick. They got to go to the commissioner.
Linebacker Anthony Jennings from Alabama.
Again, don't know anything about him.
Um,
On the board here,
you okay? You got like a
yeah,
is it you need to take like a Zyrtec or something?
I just did.
It's like every time your mic cuts, I'm like, oh, this has got to be a bad sneeze.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, I'm not looking for. This is probably when you get our players here, this is potentially down the road. Like you're not even looking at they might play some this year, um, but they did have quite a bit of linebackers leave too. So Jennings, if he plays, I think he's looks like he's more of an outside linebacker.
Yeah,
Um,
he's a edge
strong side, it
type
looks like.
guy.
So, I mean, he could get points. I don't see him. I see him as a free agent pickup during the season. I don't see anyone jumping on the
Yeah,
Anthony
I do
Jennings.
too.
But they're definitely rebuilding their defense here. Two linebackers and a safety. Oh, that was a puff of smoke.
What are you talking about?
So Cleveland. Let's see. What has Cleveland gotten so far? Obviously, I know they got the tackle in the first. And then, let's see. What do you go next for Cleveland? Yep.
Grant Delpit,
Yep, the safety.
guy you were throwing out
I threw.
in the first
Well, you
round,
know what's funny
like
is you
half.
missed it. What pick was it? Oh, so when AJ Epenza got drafted, just before he got drafted, like almost every pick, I'm like, oh, this is where he's going. This is where he's going. And then for whatever reason, I changed it and said someone else, and he got picked. So, so then I kept making the joke. I kept saying, oh. I'm like, I gotta do this for when J.K. Dobbins. I gotta keep saying so he doesn't get picked. And then when Miami gets up, I gotta say someone else. And um, he got picked to Baltimore. But not that he would have not that he would have went to Miami anyways. Which of course they still need to draft a running back. Which I guess at this point I'd like to see Miami take Perrine. At this point, honestly, someone that I was debating not keeping, I might have to keep in Jordan Howard.
Yeah, you tried to trade him back to me.
No, seriously though, I might actually because he might actually be Miami's running back now. I might actually
Yeah,
strongly just consider just keeping him and because I think a lot of people like myself thought for real that the Dolphins were going to pick a running back highly in this draft, and
I really, really thought with their uh, third first round pick, I don't know what pick it was anymore because they traded back. Um, I thought they were going to take a running back there or early first or second. I mean,
so for our draft, I'm literally gonna have to get like I'm gonna have to be like these guys. I'm gonna have to have all these jerseys lined up in front of me where these guys have all the hats. So I gotta have three running back jerseys lined up in front. Oh, and then one of them gets thrown in the garbage. No, but
Mark Garcia, a coworker of both Eric and I, loves the Cam Akers pick.
I'm sure he does. I'm actually surprised he doesn't like all three picks. He should be excited. I mean, the Van Jefferson, but Van Jefferson actually for you might not know this because you weren't here for that pick. Actually, the son of Sean Jefferson.
Is it?
Yep. Former San Diego Charger receiver back in the
Yep.
90s. Uh,
Yep.
he was on the Super Bowl team, if I recall.
Yes, he was.
And then he should, I mean, he might not know a lot about him, but he should like that Terrell Lewis pick.
I think the Rams did have done very good.
And I think they actually might have one more pick in this round. They do. They got 104. So right now we got Cleveland. At this point, with some of these teams, I don't know. Cleveland's a hard one to decide what they're going to go.
Yeah,
Um,
I can't predict anything on Cleveland.
I mean, this could be a receiver pick. It's not going to be a running back pick.
No, they don't. They don't need that with Chubb
Well,
there.
you could say they don't need a receiver either, but it wouldn't be bad to get another one in there.
Yeah, I mean,
This could be a tight end pick. Oh my God!
I could see them
Like they
possibly.
bring Moss in.
I could see them possibly going Johnson and then trying to trade OBJ away.
I don't think you. No, I mean, if you trade OBJ, you're getting like a ton. you're not just getting. You're not replacing OBJ with Tyler Johnson. I like the kid, but you're not replacing him with. I mean, unless you're trading Beckham and you're getting like. You'd have to get another player at this point. You're not
Yeah,
trading away for they're not going to give him up for a fourth round pick or a third round pick. So you'd have to get some like massive star player in return. But they are putting actually on Mel Kiper's board. He's got receiver as the biggest need. So I'm gonna go either Tyler. I'm gonna say one of the receivers, Peoples Jones or Tyler Johnson or KJ Hill. With KJ Hill, they're getting at least a in-state player.
yeah. But if they do go receiver here with Landry and Beckham there, um, as a fantasy, I don't see him getting many catches. And didn't the tight end from Atlanta sign with Cleveland?
Yeah, Austin Hooper.
Yeah.
That's weird. On my phone, it shows that we're like gone, but then when I go to everything else, it shows we're
Hmm.
still alive. Can you go to yours and see if we're still rolling?
Yeah.
You find it yet?
Yeah. Yeah. We're still alive.
Okay, good. For whatever. Oh, Jordan Elliott, defensive tackle, went to. I think he was the highest rated on the board. Defensive tackle.
So you put him next to Sheldon Richardson, and then you got Miles Garrett coming off the edge.
No, I mean, there's no reason why this team shouldn't make the playoffs. In all honesty, or at least they got to be darn close. Well, and plus,
Yeah, I'm
this
not
year is the year they're adding a team. They're adding a spot for what do you call it?
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
they're adding another playoff
yep, for
spot.
each thing. So they, like I said, they're gonna do as well as Baker Mayfield is. I mean, actually, the guy could play horribly, I think, and they still make it. All right, so we got Minnesota up. Minnesota, I could see him taking another receiver. Actually, they don't need tight end. They don't. I mean, they could go quarterback if you're looking for a backup, but I like O line here. I like O line actually. So I'm going to say interior offensive line, and I'm going to go with my top guy on my board still, and that's Ben Breedson of Michigan.
I think Minnesota's done really well in this
No,
draft.
they have. No, they absolutely have. There's a lot of teams that have actually really, and they're teams that, funny is, typically don't do well in drafts. Oh, this one we're going to the commissioner on.
Yeah, I could see them taking John Simmons, guard from Clemson.
Hmm. They took Cameron Dantzler of Mississippi State. He's a corner. If I remember when I was putting my thing together, he just missed my board. So now we got Houston.
Houston on the clock. What is,
This could be, this could actually be a running back spot. It really could. This could be Perrine because unless they're looking at picking someone up, there's not really many. I'm trying to think of what running backs haven't been signed yet. Freeman, but the problem is they're not replaced. They haven't replaced with youth. They got David Johnson, but he gets hurt a lot. And a lot of people think his better days are behind him.
yep.
So I'm going to say the Texans are going to take a running back, and I'm going to go with Michael Perrine. But actually, I'm going to throw this out there too. But they could go quarterback too. And you're probably looking at me like, why? Go ahead and say it.
Why? Why, Eric?
I've actually heard this thrown out that Watson gets traded.
Yeah, I've heard rumors of that too. I don't know if that has any legs, but
Um, I don't agree with it if they did. I mean, depending what they got in return, I guess. But why would you get rid of? But I mean, I guess this Bill O'Brien, apparently he's not. People don't like him. He makes weird moves. But apparently we're going the commissioner on this one. Linebacker Jonathan Grenard. I know I had him on my list. Let's
yeah, I
see.
don't know.
Well, a lot of these guys. I mean, you're not gonna know a lot of these guys necessarily as far as. Yeah, I had him eighth on my list here. So now the Raiders are on the clock, which means this was probably. Oh, this was their actual pick. Let's. Oh, they traded it to the Patriots. Okay, here we go. This has
Quarterback.
got to be a quarterback.
Yep. I really think this is where Easton or Fromm come off.
So you say Eason, I say Fromm,
Yeah, that's why I mentioned both of them.
and it will be neither. I assume they'll go to the commissioner for this one.
Well, it's New England. They have
I know. I
to.
don't know what sometimes make because a few of them they haven't. So I don't know what makes the difference to
Yeah.
what decides who they go to and who they don't. Yeah, I was really looking forward today to having all four of you on, or all three of you, and having four of us talk here. And then, like, literally, it was like bing, bing, bing. Can't do it, can't do it. And one was sleeping,
Yep.
which I kind of thought would happen. Actually, crossed my mind when you told me today that, yeah, I'm going to go to bed for a little bit before.
Yeah, I got home and I laid down, set an alarm, slept right through it.
Trying to think of what, if they go with a little theme they got going here, though. See, and this could be a tight end, too. Here we go.
I was just thinking that. I said I could see with how New England's been for years, they've always had a pretty good tight end.
Yep, they went tight
Obviously
end. They
Gronk.
went tight end from UCLA, Devin Aussie.
Good pick.
Um, I had him on my board, but I had other tight ends listed.
I had other tight ends above him. Yes, I did.
So where did I have him on my personal board? I had him actually 10th. But that doesn't mean
For tight end?
for tight end. I actually had him 10th.
Wow.
Um,
I think for tight end I had him fourth.
so I had the kid Harrison Bryant from Florida Atlantic, then Bryson Hopkins, Purdue, Jared Pinkney, Hunter Bryant, Thaddeus Moss. Are my top ones available for tight ends?
I had Cole. Oh, available.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I had Cole Kmet first. I mean, he was number one, but so here we got the Ravens are up now. Um, again, they have a luxury of doing whatever they really want.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna say a wide receiver here. I'm gonna
Yeah. Yeah. I
Tyler
I agree
Johnson.
with that.
Tyler Johnson right here.
Or Peoples Jones,
Or Peoples Jones.
KJ Hill.
I do love me some Buckeyes.
Yeah, we know.
I can't believe a quarterback another one hasn't gone yet. So let's see. Let's look at quarterback spots here. So we got Baltimore right now. They will not pick a quarterback. Tennessee is next. Tennessee could.
I don't see them taking a quarterback. Green Bay will not at the 30th
That'd be
pick.
hilarious. They did. We want to add another quarterback. Um, see now Denver's an interesting one where I don't see. You're adding at this point for some of these teams. I mean, every quarterback that comes in, they're going to be a backup wherever they go. So the thought of them drafting one isn't horrible. Oh, the pick is in for the Ravens. Oh, we need to go in the commissioner for this one.
I honestly see the only spot a quarterback could go, unless it's a surprise, is
He just announced it, and like they had him completely muted out. I swear to God, I saw him say the last name was Johnson. It looked like he. Oh no, no, they haven't. They haven't. Yeah, they haven't shown it yet. But I swear to God, he just said it.
hmm. But the third round, the only place that I can see a quarterback being drafted, it's Pittsburgh.
Oh, Pittsburgh, absolutely.
I mean, you got Tennessee, Green Bay doesn't need one. They just got
Well,
Love.
okay. The the New England trade. Did they trade? Did they trade away their 98th pick overall? I mean, what was the deal? Because the New England is still showing at 98 as far as on where they're slated, but that doesn't mean that that wasn't part of the deal when they traded up. So there's still a slot where they could if they still have 98, they could pick quarterback there.
Yeah.
Um, oh, and they have 100 too. They have 98 and 100 for New England.
So they very well could. If they didn't trade that away, I'm looking now.
Because if he looks at this, unless there's a trade, like you said, Baltimore's not picking a quarterback. Tennessee, I say Tennessee could just because they'd want a backup for Tannehill. Um, okay, the pick is in for Baltimore. Here we go. Okay, Devin Duvernay, wide receiver from Texas. It's more of a slot receiver.
Yeah, he's 5'10", 200 pounds.
Like I said, when you're Baltimore, you have a lot of luxuries. You can kind of pick whatever you want. Titans pick is in, but yeah, as far as quarterbacks, I mean, like I said, this could be a spot for a backup quarterback. I could see Denver possibly going back up, but the only problem is going in the third round might be too high, just because you're looking at Drew Lock's confidence then getting shot. New England, I see
Yeah.
New England being a potential at 98 and 100 if they still have either one of those picks. And then you're right, the last potential would be pick 102, which is Pittsburgh. Um, unless Minnesota decided to get a backup at 105.
Nope. 98 is Baltimore.
98 is Baltimore. Okay, so that was part of a deal. So they still have 100 though.
Nope. According to this, the Raiders have 100.
Oh, that's right.
And this is right
Oh,
on
you're right
NFL.
because they did the move with. Well, so then they're thinking tomorrow they're taking quarterback, I guess.
Yep.
But you know what? Doesn't mean they're not done. It doesn't mean he's not going to trade back into the third.
Yeah, it's New England. I mean, they got the second and third pick from the Chargers, so the Chargers can draft a linebacker, which I wasn't a fan of that trade.
What, the Kenneth Murray?
Kenneth Murray's a good linebacker, and I'm glad he's a Charger, but to give up that second and third pick when the team needs more.
So when we're done, you have to go back and watch the first half hour of this
Oh,
because
God.
I recap yesterday's first round and
Yeah.
I, uh, I make some comments I made yesterday. There's some new comments added in about some comments I made yesterday,
Oh.
specifically about the number 30 pick for the Dolphins.
The, in my opinion, this best pick in the draft.
All I'm saying is go back and watch it because I say some things about what I said yesterday. I don't want to say it right now because I want people to actually go back and watch if they haven't seen it. So I don't want to give it away as a spoiler for those who haven't seen it. First 30 minutes, it's all full recap of the last of yesterday, and it's just me, of course, just talking. All right, so we got Tennessee. They're still picking. So you know what? I'm gonna say actually. I know I said they could go quarterback, but I'm gonna go Michael Perine, running back from Florida. Um, they need to have someone else in there, essentially just to give relief to Derrick Henry because you can't,
Yes.
just because he can bowl everyone over, you don't want to have the kid get worn out completely.
Yeah.
So, and I like Michael Perine. I have him. He's 10th on my list for running backs, but like I said, this was a very solid running back year.
Yeah, I didn't have Preen in my top 10 for running backs.
I also could see a receiver going here.
Yeah, that's the thing with this draft. The receiver is just insane how deep it is. I mean, Any other year, I think Tyler Johnson would already be off the board.
Well, and Peoples Jones and KJ Hill are solid. You know, the
Yeah.
one position that's probably it's come to a screeching halt though is tackle, because I
Yeah.
mean the problem is it was so strong that they like literally bled the thing dry. You know, a lot of your outside rushers are gone. Defensive tackle has got almost obliterated. Actually, every defensive tackle on my board is gone. Um, Inside linebackers got quite a few though. And all my corners except for one are gone. And I only got two safeties left. Shea Patterson is still out there, people. Jimmy, little shout out there for you. Shea Patterson. He'll probably be Detroit's first pick tomorrow. No comment on that.
I got no comment on that. I'm not real high on Shea Patterson.
I
Not gonna lie.
I,
I know you think he's a great
I say give him
quarterback,
4 more years.
but
Let him do college from their 4. All right, so I'm assuming we're about to go to the commissioner here. We're talking about Tennessee and showing Vrabel just relaxing and get some, looks like a giant flag or giant blanket behind him here, and the GM's in his house with his kids. But yeah, Todd McShay's board actually he's got LaMichael Perrine as the #1 player available. Um, Running back Josh Kelly, he's got him 4th. No, I think the Titans
yeah,
have, in my opinion, the Titans have done very well with this draft so far.
I really wish I wouldn't have missed the second round because I don't have any idea what they drafted.
They got Fulton, I believe.
I'm
Yeah, they
pulling it
got
up.
Kristen Fulton, the corner from LSU. You were here for that one, or that might have been just when
Okay,
you joined, maybe.
yeah, that's
Yep,
just I joined you right at the tail end of the
yep.
second, so I missed that one.
Well, and I was trying to figure out.
And then
I
Isaiah
was trying to figure out
Wilson.
these stupid technical issues.
I think this may be a receiver, but I do like the running back pick to give Henry a outlet.
The only reason I say receiver because they really, I mean, if they go based on what they have, they don't necessarily have to. But I think they're not happy with Corey Davis. I mean, AJ Brown did phenomenal last year, so they're okay at the one spot. I just think they're looking at Corey Davis like, well, we got him for one more year, but we're gonna move on after that probably. You know, they're not gonna re-up him, so he'll be a free agent. Oh, the pick is in. We're going to the commissioner on this one. Okay, the Appalachian State running back just went.
I was going to throw his name out. De'Aaron Evans,
Eric Evans, Appalachian State. Do you know what Appalachian State is famous for?
beating Michigan.
Very good. Go Appalachians.
I root for in college football. I root for the team that everybody else supports. So if there's a Michigan fan around and they're wearing if they're playing Penn State that week, I'll go buy a Penn State T-shirt just to wear it, just because I don't care.
So then you do root for Ohio State at least once a year?
Yes, because I'm not a fan of any Michigan sport.
I thought you liked the Red Wings.
There's the, there was one player on the Red Wings in the past 30 years I actually liked, and that
Brett
was
Hall.
Gustav Nyquist, and they traded him.
Oh.
So
All right,
No, I'm a Colorado Avalanche fan.
go Pens. All right, so we got Green Bay here. Um, well, you figure they screwed up one quarterback, so why not draft another? Uh, just kidding. Well, they're not going running back. They're not going quarterback. This could be a Tyler Johnson pick
Yep. Or a tight end pick.
or a tight end pick, absolutely. Or again,
Or they go defense
I
because
think they go O line before they go defense. But like I said, right now, see the the tackle spot is kind of bleeded out right now. That's just the pick is in. Looks like we're going the commissioner in this one. Well,
but I
it's a tight end.
is it?
Josiah DeGrara. I did not have him on my board.
No.
From Cincinnati. Let's see. He ranks first in school history in receivings and catches and second in receiving yards.
Let's pull up his. He's 6'2", 242.
So Denver is on the clock. Denver, in my opinion, has nailed this draft so far. I think they're going to keep the theme and keep going offensive line here. I would have, if there was, they could still go, I guess, corner with what's left, but or
They have
or this
at
could be a linebacker spot too.
yeah, because they're good at running back with Gordon just going there and Lindsey.
Well, and they got Royce Freeman too.
Oh yeah,
You know, they've definitely addressed the receiver issue. Um,
yeah. I think this is going to be um, trying to replace what Von Miller used to be.
so then you're looking at possibly Curtis Weaver from Boise State. Um, or you go inside linebacker. I like Malik Harrison here. If they go defense. Right now, Adam Schefter's talking before they do the pick. This is a second ago. They were showing the quarterback, so Easton and Fromm both not looking too happy.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with you, Malik Harrison here.
That's a player actually I had heard at one point being talked about going to the Chargers. That won't happen now, but because they picked up Murray. But I had seen Harrison at one point going to the Chargers. A few things I saw where they said he would go to the Chargers.
Yeah, I can't complain about what the Chargers have gotten, but I don't necessarily like it.
All right, I will tell you this because, like I said, number 30 is the one I want you to hear. But right now, I'm wearing my Tannehill jersey. Obviously, he's no longer a Dolphin, and I'm wearing this for a reason. I said this in that first 30 minutes. I'm on board with Tua now because when they drafted Tannehill, I was the same way at first. I was against it, hated it, everything like that. I said, you know what? I'm supporting Tua now. I hope he has multiple Pro Bowl years. Hope he.
So I'm going to ask you the same question that you asked me about Herbert. Is the jersey on order?
Well, I don't think he's picked a number yet. Um, not yet.
That's what I said.
But that's because I think I got a couple of running back jerseys I got to order. Oh, the luxuries of having 1 and 3. Just the question of where am I going to take them. I know Jimmy's watching this now because he sent me a few texts. So hi Jimmy.
What's up, Jimmy? How you doing?
Jimmy, you taking Swift? See if I get a text back on that or not. I mean, we could pencil out the first 4 picks right now, Jimmy. You tell me you're taking it 2, I'll tell you who I'm taking at 1 and 3.
And then he can tell us who he's taking it for after those are done. And then Ritz is essentially have.
Oh, the Denver's in there. Everyone had him there. But Telvin Agim from Arkansas, defensive tackle.
Again, fantasy value, none.
Right. Well, at this point, even the defensive players aren't going to have much unless all of a sudden they really pay. Most of your defensive guys at this point are going to be, if they're picked up
Un-
on a team, they're going to be free agent pickups during the season.
right. If they're playing well, somebody will pick them up.
So now we got Kansas City. Again, another team where we're kind of in a position where they can do kind of whatever they want.
Yeah.
It says the pick is in. If I'm going to guess, you know what? It's going to get right eventually. Tyler Johnson, right here.
I don't see a receiver. I really don't.
Oh, God, wouldn't it be crazy if this is where Thaddeus Moss went?
Oh, that'd be nasty. I'm going to go with a Michigan guy here. I think they're going to address cornerback and go Josiah Scott from Michigan State.
Okay. Oh, here we go. They went tackle. Lucas Niang. Um,
Again,
nothing.
it's a tackle. It's going to keep, it's going to.
It's a guy. It's a backup. Is what it is.
Well, right. But if somebody goes down, you know,
6'6", 315. So Cleveland. Let's see.
again, like we keep saying, we don't know about Cleveland.
I don't. I don't know what to pick here. I mean, they can kind of.
Says team needs are defensive line, linebacker, offensive line, safety, and receiver.
All right, Malik Harrison. Because they need a guy that they do need an inside linebacker because they just lost
Yeah,
theirs to Cincinnati, Joe Schubert. So I'm gonna go inside linebacker. I'm gonna say Malik. They're gonna keep it in state and take Malik Harrison.
I like that. Yeah, because out of the linebackers that are left, I'd say Malik Harrison has the best opportunity to have a good career. Well, that's simply because I'm not familiar with any of the other ones.
The pick is in, and Baltimore is up next, and the Giants are on deck. Pick is in. Going the commissioner. They went linebacker. They went Jacob Phillips, inside linebacker, who actually was the second name I was going to throw out there. The reason I said who I did, it was like I said, just because in state. Um,
Yeah.
so this
So
was the inside linebacker for LSU.
Yeah, he's 6'3", 229.
Overall, I had him actually for inside linebackers ranked fourth on my board, and he's the fifth linebacker to go in the inside position.
Yeah.
Um, so then we got Malik Harrison and Troy Dye are the inside linebackers left. So we got Baltimore up. Says the pick is in. So we got Baltimore, the Giants, and then the Raiders. What could Baltimore do? What could they say we want to get? What did they not pick last time? I said that, or I thought they were going to pick. Oh, they trade. That's right. That was a trade. So at the
Yeah.
time, didn't I say receiver?
Yeah, you did.
All right, I'm going to stick with that. I'm going to go back and say. Um, oh no, wait, no, they did pick a receiver. Their last pick.
Oh, they did.
Yeah.
It
I
just
looked at the
wasn't the
wrong
guy
sheet.
we
I
were
looked at my
thinking.
wrong sheet.
Again, with Baltimore, they could go anywhere. I mean, with what they've drafted this year, and then what they already have, they're set. I mean, you got Patrick Queens, Dobbins, uh, Matteo Buke, defensive tackle from A&M, and um, the wide receiver that they picked.
I'm gonna go interior lineman again because I've been saying this a lot because I think every pick they come up, I keep saying interior lineman. So I'm gonna go interior lineman. I'm gonna go the top guy on my board, Ben Breedson, because they still haven't replaced Marcel Yanda next or yet. So I'm going inside lineman guard. Um, or there's also Simpson from Clemson, Steinberg from Kentucky.
I'm going to say Simpson from Clemson. As far as
Well, if you want, I mean, if you go based on team performance, obviously guards are a hard one to speculate, but if you go based on offensive production from the running back position, yes, you would go with Simpson over Clemson's running game was far superior to Michigan's. With they have potentially, which in a normal year, because Clemson's running back thought about coming out this year, and he would have already been gone if he did. He decided to stay one more year. So potentially in a normal year, he probably would have been the first overall pick in our draft next year. Um, Ethan is his last name, but it's spelled differently. Uh, but because we're doing the five keeper next year, it's going to be a little bit different. So the rookies, so you'll get a couple rookies going, I think, still in the first, but you might not get a rookie overall first pick. Actually, you shouldn't get a rookie first overall first pick.
right,
I mean, obviously, depending what's out there, but um, there's enough loaded talent on some of the more loaded teams where there's going to be some really solid players to pick up. It's going to be a game changer for every single team. I actually was so funny. I was actually thinking about this because every year I do obviously a theme song, and I do have this year's song already picked out for the draft. Oh, here we go. Malik Harrison.
nice. They got some linebackers now. Patrick Queen and Harrison.
Yeah, I like what they've done.
And you know what? I love the Dobbins pick in Baltimore. I really do. Because Ingram's 30. Um, older back. Dobbins is going to slide in there and play.
Oh yeah, he's gonna yeah. This is, and I see Malik Harrison actually having fantasy value in our league, um, because he will make tackles and he will make hits. So
Yep.
I see him, and he can intercept the ball. He can do it all. Yeah, this is. I mean, he's not someone that's going to be a highly picked player in our league, but I see him going in the later rounds, for essentially a backup position. But the inside linebackers definitely go in our league because that's where your points come from. There's some, for
Yeah.
example, Khalil Mack, one of the best players in the league, doesn't actually put up much production from a fantasy value. So we go to the Giants now. Um, I still say the Giants need to add more defense. That actually would have been a good pick for the Giants. Um,
They did get McKinney in the second round, so that's a good
I know,
pickup
but I'm going line.
for their
They
secondary.
either need a linebacker or they need to go edge rusher. So I'm going to go with Troy. No, no, I forgot they did add a linebacker in free agency. Let's go Bradley Anae of Utah. He's a defensive end. Here we go. Giants pick is in. Raiders are up. Oh, they went the number 9 tackle Matt Parrott. UConn.
I can't I can't
I mean,
criticize
they're looking.
it.
I mean, obviously they want to protect offensive line is something they have to work on, and they're
Yeah,
addressing
that
it. Now, this kid probably will be a backup, but has potential to play. Um,
um
unless they're thinking about moving him to guard or something. Sometimes they do that. He's 6'6", 318. We got the Raiders, and then the Jets. Actually, I wonder if that must have been a part of a deal. I must have. So the Jets are on deck, and then Pittsburgh is in the hole. So Pittsburgh is going to be that next spot we see a quarterback, I think. So we got the Raiders. Um,
I don't like the Raiders draft so far. I
I know I'm trying to like it's a hard one to predict because it's like completely off. Like you're not even in like the like what you would even every pick they've made has been completely off what someone would have suggested or even thought of.
Yeah,
So
I mean it is Mayock and Gruden, so they
like I said, this could be a quarterback spot.
it could be, yeah, because you can't predict those two guys.
And like I said, I could see Carr getting moved. Um, and I don't want to be dead wrong. I say running back would be the one spot I'd say is definitely not going to be, but who knows? Um, it could be a tight end. Oh, on the commissioner. Tanner Moose, Clemson line or Clemson safety. I don't know if I had him on my list or not. Mayak, I will say this. I think he likes Clemson a lot. Yep, I had him. I had him actually as my number 10 safety. So I think I only have one safety left that hasn't come off, and that's Terrell Burgess of Utah.
Uh, Muse is 6'2", 227, so he's a good side
I
safety.
think he can actually he's kind of like he's a safety version of Isaiah Simmons, where Simmons they can put out at linebacker at safety, Muse they can put at linebacker.
Yeah,
The Patriots just acquired the Jets pick here. It's
quarterback.
gotta be. It's absolutely gotta be quarterback here.
To move in front of Pittsburgh like this, the only team that we suspect are going to take a quarterback. It makes sense at this pick.
Man, what's crazy is they made the trade with the Jets. Like that's like one thing I mean I have made trades in my own division before, obviously, but I'm not a fan of it.
I made way too many trades in my division.
Basically, yeah. Well, let's see. I don't think I've ever even made a trade with Jimmy. Um, Efren, Efren, I have obviously just I think the once this year I made the golf deal, and think, well, both Dennis and Chris, I don't think I've ever made a deal with either one of them because that was the same team. Chris was my
Well,
brother who Dennis took over for. I don't think I've ever made a yeah. I try not to trade in division, and I go by it was they always it was a saying I heard a long time ago where you don't want to trade with inside your division because why do you want to play them twice? Why do you want to see like what you traded away? Unless it's if it's something decent, why do you want to see it twice a year?
let's see. I've traded Nick 4 or 5 times now,
Anthony,
and then I traded Anthony Garoppolo for Rivers.
and you told me didn't you make an offer to Nick Ergang?
Yes, I think I did.
He's content where he's at, and I can tell you this at 6, he's gonna get something. He's gonna get probably something he's gonna like and enjoy. Something's gonna help his team, no question about that. This is gonna be a solid first round, and unless there's some amazing veteran out there, I see all 16 picks being rookies.
Tell you, I have 3, and all 3 will probably be rookies.
It was just so funny. I have a philosophy that when you pick someone in the first round, you pick them because you want to hold on to them for a while. But in the last 2 years, I've traded away or not retained the player I picked in the first round. So, because 2 years ago I picked Ronald Jones, third overall, but not keeping him, trust me, that was a smart move. That would have been a waste of a spot to retain. And then obviously I would have kept David Michael, David Montgomery, but I traded that away as part of the deal to get third pick overall. So
Yep.
otherwise I would have kept him. And I even had talked myself into at one point just saying maybe I shouldn't do that deal and just keep him in Juju and just keep trying just to get the first. But oh well. I'm not going to complain about my third pick. I can tell you that. I think it'll end up being an upgrade. But I think David Montgomery is going to have a. If they get a decent offensive line in there, I think he'll be 1,000-yard running back. So we got what? One, two, three. We got like 6 picks left.
Yeah.
So we got Patriots and then Pittsburgh. So I'm going to say quarterback, quarterback.
I do too. It's going to be the Tour Herbert situation. Um, it's going to be from or Easton here, and then the next team's just going to pick the other one.
Jimmy just sent me a thing that says Deshaun Jackson for Percy Harvey. Who's got Percy? No one's got Percy Harvey in our league. He's just coming out of retirement. He's not even on an NFL roster yet. And I think Mark's got Deshaun Jackson, if I recall.
Hmm.
You gotta fill me on that one, Jimmy. I need some more. I mean, need the info. I'm trying to think. What was the thing from Austin Powers? Remember Dr. Evil?
I wasn't an Austin Power fan. I saw the first one. That's about it.
Come on, let's get this Patriots thing over with. There he is on his checkered board. Oh, here we go. Dalton Keene, tight end from Virginia Tech.
Hmm.
Hold on. I had him on my thing here. I know that. Where did I have him slated? But it was at the bottom of my board. Yeah,
He's
I had him 9.
6'4", 253.
I had him 9. So it's funny is New England got literally. So the Steelers are on the clock. So the New England took back-to-back picks, my ninth and 10th tight end. Okay, I'm saying it's a quarterback, and I'm going to say it's Eason.
Yeah, I would take Eason over From. I've made that perfectly clear.
Ah, Jimmy. Now I know what he's talking about. Jimmy and I did do a trade, and it was in the very first year of the league. It must have been Deshaun Jackson for Percy Harvin. That's why I didn't understand what that was. Now, okay, thanks, Jimmy. Jimmy, feel free to send me who you think Pittsburgh's taking right now. You think it's a quarterback? I did invite Jimmy to be a part of the Skype, but um, he was unable to be a part of the Skype. So we got Pittsburgh, and then we got Philadelphia. I have no clue what they're going to think about. I mean, I'm off the top of my head, maybe offensive line. And the Rams, which I'm sure Martin's excited for.
Yeah.
And further in the football league, Martin Garcia is actually someone that's in our basketball league. Oh, here we go, Pittsburgh.
Yeah, he's saying he absolutely loves the Rams' entire draft. He said they've nailed it this year. He's very excited.
All right, they went linebacker Alex Highsmith. Pittsburgh did. Let's see. I know I had him actually decently high. I actually had him as more of a defensive end, but some of these guys, it all depends how they get show up. So he's an outside
Right.
linebacker from Charlotte. I had him on my defensive end list, edge rusher. So essentially, edge rusher is what he is. I had him ranked sixth.
I found him.
Yes,
6'3", 248.
yes, Jimmy Fromm is still out there, and so is Eason. So I'm guessing that he was answering our question if Pittsburgh takes a quarterback, that it was going to be Fromm. So right now we got Philadelphia. Um, Starting to kind of get the bottom of the barrel here.
Yeah.
I'm going to say linebacker Troy Dye from Oregon. So we got Philadelphia's next, then it's the Rams, and it's Minnesota, and then Baltimore closes it out. So 4 picks before we're done. And good lord, it's almost midnight.
Yeah.
Ow.
I'm gonna say they're gonna draft a corner.
Well, the only one I got left is Troy Pride. I mean, obviously there's more corners out there than that, but all right, here we go. Linebacker Davion Taylor from Colorado. Let's see, where'd I have this kid if I had him at all? I did not have him on my board at all. But like I said, with the linebackers, because the way they did it, I only did I didn't do a top 10. I did a top 8 because it's obviously 2 linebacker spots. So
Yeah.
maybe if I would have done, I did the same with defensive line. I did 8 and 8. Um, so this kid may very well have been on one of my boards if I would extend it to 10. Um, so we got the Rams here next. Uh, if I go with how they're kind of going best available player.
Yeah.
This could be a quarterback. It sounds weird, but this actually could be a quarterback. Because
Yeah, I can see that.
they need a backup. Um, because if I remember, I thought Blake Bortles was only a 1-year deal, and I don't think they re-signed him. I could be wrong on that. Um, Otherwise, they're not going to pick a tight end because they have enough of them right now.
Yeah.
I could see him going in interior line or defense at linebacker. So I could say Troy Dye. I'm going to say Troy Dye. But again, I could see a possibility of a quarterback going here. And then the final two picks, they got Minnesota and Baltimore. Minnesota's another one that I'll say this. I could see a quarterback only because they need a backup. Here we go.
I think I'm going to go the guard out of Clemson, John Simmons.
Terrell Burgess, safety from Utah, which actually um, was the last safety on my board. So
Yeah,
every safety I put
that's
down got drafted.
nice. Yeah, like I said, I didn't go this deep when we said we were going to do this. I didn't think we'd go late third or later in the third round, so I didn't go this far.
So now it's Minnesota. Um, all right, I'm gonna throw two names, and I've been. Oh no, do they pick him? Oh, they picked. Never mind. They traded to the Saints anyways. I was gonna totally say, is this where Thaddeus Moss goes? Not that they need a tight end, but maybe with the mindset of putting him out at receiver. But never mind. So
So the Saints just traded up
yeah, Saints got the Minnesota pick.
quarterback.
Yeah, if they go quarterback though, I see Eason.
Yeah, yeah, that's going to be my first quarterback off my board. Would
I
be
I I actually based it on the team at the time.
yeah. I
Or
think he fits more of Sean Payton's offense than
or this is Perrine.
yeah.
It's either
I
in my opinion, it's either quarterback or running back. And then we got Baltimore next to close out.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say they're not going to go quarterback. They're going to draft Tyler Johnson.
Wide receiver.
Yep. Because it seems because they the rest of the picks in this round, I don't see a quarterback. So they possibly could. I don't know where they pick in the fourth, but they could move up in the fourth and pick a quarterback then.
Now remember, they did add Emmanuel Sanders though.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, here we go.
I'm going to stick with quarterback then.
Adam Troutman, tight end.
Not a bad pick. On NFL, he's second on the board, I
I
think.
had him eighth. Um, so at least Baltimore. Okay, so this will not be a quarterback. This will not be a running back. This
Nope.
actually, and it could unless it pops up here, this could be a trade.
Yeah, I see it. Maybe the Patriots moving back up again.
If Baltimore sticks with it, they're not picking another linebacker. If they stay with it, Troy Pride Jr., cornerback. Unless they go unless they go guard. So I'm gonna go Troy Pride Jr. or Ben Breedson of Michigan. And I always say him. I keep saying him because he's number one on my guard board.
I'm going to say John Simmons if they go offensive lineman. And I know they drafted a receiver at the 28th pick, but I'm going to say they're going to either go guard from Mississippi State for the Ravens.
Oh,
So we kind of got the position right, the player wrong, but
so who was it again?
Tyree Phillips, sorry.
I didn't even. Oh, I had him as a tackle. So they must be moving him to guard. So every one of my tackles went that I had on a board.
Well, yeah. They say tackle, but Goodell said guard. That's the
Right.
only reason I said guard.
That means they. Well, see, and even on this board it shows tackle. On their board it showed tackle. So it looks like we might be back. Yeah, we are. We're back. Hi everyone. Sorry we lost. Sorry we lost the stream. For what?
Eric had more technical
No,
difficulties.
that one all of a sudden the internet kicked out for whatever reason. Um, but yeah, it's showing that. So that last pick for those who didn't catch it was Tyree Phillips, tackle. He went to Baltimore. That's going to close out obviously the third round, and that closes out day two. Um, I think today essentially we have most of our first round cemented as far as who's not necessarily where they're getting drafted in our draft, but I think everyone, quite a few players that went in the second round are going to be going in our first round this year of our fantasy draft. Um, there we go. All of a sudden your picture got like massive.
Yes.
Um, so I think most of the teams, I think the one team I'm going to knock the most in this is the Raiders.
Yes.
I look at almost
I
every other team. I don't see many issues. Um, I'm not a fan of all the Patriots picks, maybe, but I think that I love everything Minnesota did. I like everything the Rams did. Um, who else we got? Um, I like everything Baltimore did. Um, you know, Dallas
I
made some
think the
solid
Colts
moves.
the Colts have improved.
Yes,
They got a 1-2 punch in the running game. They picked up who was the receiver they picked up?
Pittman.
Yeah, Pittman.
Um,
Um,
Cincinnati has done well in this draft.
yep.
Uh,
I love the Swift pick to the Lions. I think that's Stafford's got his running game.
overall, I can't complain about my Dolphins. It's funny. I literally Jimmy just sent me
That
it. Jimmy,
30th pick is amazing.
I'm telling you, you gotta watch the first 30 minutes if you want to hear my new take on it. But no, I like Miami's. Looking back at it, I like everything Miami's done in this draft. I really do. Um, it's just one of those. It's kind of like you understand. With Miami, I really wanted Dobbins. Um, that's the one thing they truly haven't addressed is the running back, and they need to.
But here's a question for you. You being a big Dobbins fan, yes, he'd be going into a good situation with Miami. But would you want him to go to a place that has a good young back that he may not get as many minutes, or a place like Baltimore where Ingram's going to retire in the next couple of years, and then it's going to be the Dobbins show?
But the thing is, Miami doesn't have a good young back. Jordan Howard isn't what he was when he like his first year when he was with Chicago. You still there?
Yeah.
Okay. Uh,
Oh, that's why I said, if he went to Miami, that'd be ideal. But he didn't end up in Miami. So my point was, would you rather have him go there or have him go somewhere like Indiana that they have Mac? They got a stable of or San Francisco. They got a stable of decent backs that he's not gonna get in there. At least with Baltimore, you got Ingram, 30-year-old back. That's when they start declining. Um, and then they got Gus Edwards. So Dobbins is gonna get a lot of playing time.
Oh, he's gonna, but he would have got more in Miami, and in Miami he would have been potentially a three down back. Uh, but as a Dolphins fan, Miami's in a horrible situation at running back right now.
Yes.
Um, Jordan Howard is not. I mean, there's so many of these guys that even after. Okay, so even after, let me go back to the second round. So Dobbins went at, where'd he go? Okay, so he went at 55. The Dolphins picked at 56. So I would have been totally happy with them taking A.J. Dillon right there. They didn't, obviously. So now the next time they pick, so they could have had A.J. Dillon. What running backs went between? So A.J. Dillon's the only running back that went between Miami's picks. So then they come back to 70. They took a safety. So then who was sitting there? Keyshawn Vaughn. I would have been fine with them not taking him. The next running back sitting there is okay. I would have liked to see him then at that point at 70 take Zach Moss.
Yeah.
Um,
I like where Zach Moss ended up. I think that's a good pick.
so now I guess the one pick I guess Miami picked that I'm gonna really scrutinize is gonna be the safety, the one where I said they should have taken Zach Moss. So Brandon Jones, and it's not necessarily a thing against him. I'm not slighting him as a player, and I'm not saying he's not going to be a good player for Miami. What I'm saying is that should have been Zach Moss, or that should have been LaMichael Perrine. And I think I prefer Perrine over Moss. So maybe in the end, I guess maybe in the end I'll still be happy. But looking back, I would have preferred Dillon over both of them. So after Dobbins went, the next back I would have wanted would have been A.J. Dillon from Boston College.
I like AJ Dillon. I brought that up to you before.
Mm-hmm.
With where I pick in the fantasy draft, I have to look at these in the NFL draft. I have to look at the third to fourth round running backs because all the Cam Akers is going to be gone. We know Dobbins, Taylor, and Swift are all going to be gone 1, 2, 3. Hilaire's going to be gone by the time I even have a chance to pick them. So I have to look at the Mosses and the Dillons. And so I've done a lot of research on these guys, and I like Moss.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care if I give away my picks. I like those guys as backs.
Here's my
Another good one I think is going to be good in the league, maybe not a superstar, is Evans out of
Appalachian.
Appalachian State.
Appalachian. Um,
Yeah.
I guess here's the only thing, and I made the comment like, well, when Miami took at 56, when they took Rokon Davis, the defensive tackle from Alabama, and I said, well, maybe that'll make me feel better because obviously they were going to take a running back there anyways. But that doesn't mean that that wouldn't have been still maybe just because Dobbins was gone. That's what they took, and they looked at well the other running backs we're going to hold off on. So like I said, looking back, I wish they would have taken him back at number 39 because they took the guard Robert Hunt. I mean, I think you could have come back and gotten him at 56.
Yep.
Um, I mean, it is what it is. This is what's been drafted. This is what we get. So for my Dolphins, I'm hoping that they just make the best. I'm hoping all these guys are. I'm hoping none of them are busts. I hope Tua becomes a good quarterback. Um, and again, you gotta see what I had to say about Noah in the first 30 minutes. It's actually like almost like the last 5 minutes of the first 30 minutes. But anything else you want to add? I mean, I've been broadcasting now for, geez, pushing 6 hours.
Yeah. Um,
Went a lot longer than I thought it was gonna. It really did.
I like where the big three running backs went as far as the fantasy world goes. Um, some of the receivers I don't understand because I feel that Tyler Johnson, I keep saying his name, is better than some of the receivers that have been drafted. But there might be some intangibles why he's sliding.
That's part of it is because where he's coming from, Minnesota isn't exactly known for their passing. The
Yeah,
University of Minnesota, obviously, not the.
but I mean, come on, the Raiders drafted a guy from Kentucky.
Yeah. Well, like I said, the Raiders. I'm really. What surprises me is I really thought when they got Mike Mayock, because I think it's Mayock is making most of these picks. I don't think Gruden is. I think Gruden's giving input, but I think Mayock is making. Like I really thought that that would be like the equivalent of if Kuiper was to become a GM, and you would see like these just mind-blowing picks. And I'm right, they are mind-blowing. They're paused almost. All right, so we should be streaming here again very, very shortly.
Okay.
Let me figure this out. Could just said OBS just reconnected, which means once that happens, then it takes a second for
The stream to kick in.
yeah, because it's all okay. There we go. We're back live again. So
I was talking about
yes,
rugs.
we're talking about rugs.
L. Davis did the same thing when he was running the Raiders. Picked the weirdest picks. I see Ruggs being a Hayward Bay, like I said last night. Yeah, talented, but just pure speed. I don't think he's
But
gonna
that's the thing.
pan out in the
If Al
NFL.
Davis would have been picking this, that would have been Lamb because
Yes.
he would have because Lamb had the fastest time, so he would have taken Lamb.
Oh, Ruggs had a faster 40 time than Lamb.
He did.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess I
I
thought.
want to say Ruggs was the fastest receiver
Oh, for
in
some reason
the
I
combine.
thought Lamb had the highest time. Maybe I was wrong.
4.27.
What was Lamb?
I don't know. I got to pull it up, but yeah, a 4.27. Not many people are gonna beat that. I'll pull up Lamb real quick. Hold on. CeeDee Lamb was a 4.5.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Rugg this year had the fastest 40 time at the combine.
I must have. Maybe I'm thinking of something. I must be thinking of someone else. Um, I don't know. As a whole, though, I think this has been a very good draft. It's been a solid draft. Yeah, I mean,
And what I like about it from previous drafts that I've watched, teams are playing it smart.
hmm
They're drafting to their team needs and not just drafting a player just because he's there.
right,
Some of the picks we may not understand, but we're not in their war room.
right.
So we don't know. We haven't had discussions with these players. So we don't know the interview process.
hmm
They just might not like them.
Well, before we disconnect, any final closing things before we? Because I don't want to have it obviously where the internet kicks out again. And
Right.
um, like I said, overall, I think this has been a solid draft for the first three rounds. I like. I kind of like that there wasn't as much trading. I mean, yes, it always makes it flashier that there is, but I kind of like that teams just didn't really move around or want to. The one thing I wish I would have seen is more current veteran player movement, and
Yeah,
maybe that'll happen tomorrow.
that's one thing that I would have liked to see. You know, um, like the Redskins, they have
Trent Williams,
what's
tackle.
Trent Williams. They could have moved him.
Uh,
Um,
OJ Howard.
all yep, OJ Howard. You got the mess in Jacksonville with both Fournette and Yannick.
hmm
Um,
Obviously Andy
those
Dalton.
those they're yep, Andy Dalton.
Um, what other guys are there?
You keep bringing up the trade for with Derek Carr.
hmm
Um,
So let's go.
yeah,
Okay, go through the team. So Dallas. Um, mm, I'm trying. What I say is I'm trying to think. Is there's not someone that's gonna unless they were gonna move Dak, but I don't see it right now.
I don't see them trading Dak.
Philadelphia, probably not. Well, obviously we said Trent Williams. Um, what else we got? We got see the and I know what. Here we go. You do two birds in one stone. Washington and Tampa do a trade. Trent for OJ Howard, and obviously there'd have to be something else in the mix because that wouldn't be a straight up fair deal.
Right.
Tampa would have to send something else back to Washington, but there's a smart move, and then I see either Dalton going to the Raiders, or well, maybe not the Raiders. Excuse me. Well, I did say that where I said Dalton would go to the Raiders for Carr,
Yeah, you said that last night.
but the big one is to see Dalton go to New England.
New England.
Um,
That's that out of all the teams that are needing a quarterback, I'd like to see Dalton in New England because I like Dalton when he came out years ago. But
and here's another one. Obviously, there's another name that's still sitting out there, and
Cam Newton,
yep. And personally, I see him in Jacksonville. Um, it just seems like it makes sense.
maybe that's why Jacksonville haven't drafted a quarterback
Yeah. Well,
because they're trying to work out a deal
well,
with Cam.
Cam made a big thing. Well, Cam specifically said he wanted to wait till after the draft. He wanted to see what happened with all the quarterbacks in the draft, so he wanted to wait.
Yep.
So that could be a spot for Cam Newton as Jacksonville. Um, but yeah, I'm kind of spent here. Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
It's going on 12:30. I've been on here since 6:30. So with that being said, everyone that's watched, I appreciate it. Tony, even though you joined us a little bit later than I would have liked, appreciate having you on here.
Not a problem.
And
Thanks everybody for watching.
yeah, definitely. Thank you for watching, everyone. And our next broadcast will probably be sometime mid-May. It'll be and hopefully that one. I'm gonna look at scheduling that so when it's after the May 15th. Hopefully that doesn't get extended, and then we can actually have people in house. Um,
Is that
May
going to
5th,
be
May
the
15th.
keeper preview
That would be the keeper preview
slash
/ NFL.
just like
Yep,
that? I'm sure he did that exact same thing. Slash
NFL draft.
recap.
NFL draft recap. And like I said, hopefully that'll be in house. And um, I'd like to do a roundtable, which is what I wanted to do originally with these draft ones. Um, yeah. So again, this is the fantasy commissioner on behalf of the Mr. Monitor, Tony Mize. Thank you for joining us. Be safe out there. Let's get this corona gone. And we'll see you next time. Take care.
Yep. We'll see.
Bye.
We'll see you next
All
time.
right. Bye,
Bye.
Tony.
See ya.